for the stream to fire up all across the internet. We're here with EricsHouse. Let's just make sure that all the connections are alive and well before we kick the program off into high gear. I can see that we're now live on multiple different platforms. We're over on YouTube at EricsHouse88. We're also over on Facebook as well, number of different platforms. All across. Okay, so that was good. So we're working out a couple quick kinks, but I think we're live and well, so that means we can go ahead and get started. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the second annual EricsHouse fundraising event. We're so grateful that you are here. You can see that let me introduce myself. My name is Robert Gruler. I'm here with my mother, Marianne Govea, and my father, Greg Eckerman, both here, a part of EricsHouse. We've got an amazing day planned. We've got 5 hours of content that we're going to get through today. And I know that sounds like a lot, but we're going to break that down into a lot of really amazing bite-sized chunks. And we're hopeful that you can stick around and enjoy it with us. And the first question that you may be having is, 5 hours? Do I really need to be here the whole time? And the answer obviously is yes, you do, of course. We've got amazing things that we're going to get into. And so I'd love to sort of turn that over to my mother over here, Marianne. Mom, you want to tell us a little bit about what we can be expecting here today?
Well, thank you, Rob. For those of you who know Rob, you probably know me as Rob's mom. I'm also Eric's mom. And as Rob said, we're here at EricsHouse in the beautiful Paradise Valley area in Arizona. Welcome to our second annual fundraiser, which we host on October 10th every year, which is World Mental Health Day. It's an important day for people across the globe who struggle with mental health challenges. And it's an important day for us because EricsHouse works with people and families who have been impacted by devastating loss. We specialize in suicide and substance-related losses. And so thank you for being here today. And I'd like to introduce Greg, Robbie's dad, my husband. Greg.
Hi, I'm Greg Eckerman. Today is really important for us. This is our primary fundraiser for the year, and it is, it is our opportunity to enable ourselves to provide the support that our members need. And so our goal for the day, our goal for this fundraiser overall is $100,000. And we'll keep you apprised of how we're progressing through the day. Our other goal is to share information about how we do what we do with our members, how we support them, the variety of modalities that we have to provide that support, and at the same time to also entertain you a little bit.
Awesome. And so we have a quick agenda, right, Mother, that we want to share, talk a little bit about?
Well, we do. Our agenda for the day is published in a couple of different locations. Many of you received it in an email, and it's also published on our website. But let me share some of the highlights of the day. First of all, some of our segments are recorded, and some of our segments are live. So you'll learn a little bit about EricsHouse and what we do here. But we also have some fun things planned throughout the day. We have some special guests, Jan Diatri, who is a local media VIP here in the Phoenix area. We have the CEO from Mother's Grace, who does work in our community to help moms who are struggling. And we have the CEO of an organization called Not My Kid, who really works with youth in the Valley, and they help to keep them on the straight and narrow path and make sure they're safe and healthy. And so we'll be hearing from them about what they're doing in the community and how they can interface with EricsHouse. We also have some fun things. We have an expert in breath work. She'll be talking about how breath work can help people, especially during their grief. And we have a few other things that are just kind of fun. One important note is that throughout the day, we have some giveaways. And those giveaways are given to people who are the top donor in individual segments. We have a Reiki giveaway for a session with Jean Niktakis, a Reiki master. We have a tapping session for emotional freedom technique tapping with Jamie Lee Silver, and I think you'll be hearing from Jamie also in the agenda. We have breath work by Dr. Kathleen Rickard, and we have a reading with a popular medium that goes by the medium who makes a difference, Melinda Vale. And so at the end of the day, we will be announcing who the winner is for those 4 giveaways. At 4:30, of course, these times are Arizona times. At 4:30, we will be unveiling our most recent project, which is our Tree of Life. You can't see it. It's covered by a tarp. But if you tune in at 4:30, we will unveil a beautiful Tree of Life, and we'll talk about how that is designed to help people memorialize their loved ones and also be part of upcoming fundraising campaigns.
Amazing. Yeah, so we have a ton of stuff, action-packed day of hope and healing, and we hope you can be a part of it. There are a number of different ways that you can help. So wherever you're watching this, we're on YouTube, we're on Facebook, we're all over the place. We're also at givebutter.com. The link is in the description below. And so if you click that link, you're going to be able to watch it there as well, but you'll also be able to make a donation. Of course, EricsHouse operates off your support. We wouldn't be able to do the work that we do and help the world heal without your support. And so, of course, a financial contribution would be very much appreciated. But there's also a lot that you can do to help outside and apart from just a financial contribution. Wherever you're watching this right now, a share, if you just press that share button, or if you hop onto your profile and you tag somebody that you might find this useful, that would be very helpful. Or leave a comment or throw a question in the chat, and we're going to do our best to monitor all of that and then answer your questions as we go throughout the program today. One of the biggest reasons why I think this is so important is because you never know when you're going to be the first domino in somebody else's journey, their road to recovery. And this is an important concept that I learned sort of early in my journey, was that sometimes those little nudges from people, or those little taps on the shoulder, is all it takes for somebody to see something a little bit differently and then connect with a bigger community, something that will help them heal. And so I know that when I was going through my experience with my brother, I was very much wanting to isolate, and that wasn't really ideal for me. And so there were several people who were that first domino who kind of gave me that tap on the shoulder and then got me engaged with a bigger community. And so even just a share or a comment or something that might seem minor to you right now really can go a long way in helping somebody else get connected with this community. And of course, we all know, and we're going to hear a lot about it today, but the world is going through something right now. And now it's sort of more pertinent than ever that we stay connected as a community. And so EricsHouse is dedicated to doing that. And so I think we're going to jump into our next segment, correct? Anything else, Mother? Anything else, Greg?
Well, no, just thank you very much for joining. Greg, final comments?
If you know somebody who's bereaved by one of these tragic losses, send them our way. There's no reason for people to feel that they've got to go through this alone.
Absolutely. All right, very good. Well, we're going to swap over now. We've got Jamie Lee Silver, who is going to be swapping in here, coming on in. We're going to be talking about the helping people heal in healthy ways. Jamie Lee is the director of programs, and so she'll be joining me here shortly. We're just swapping some stuff out. She's coming on in. And there she is, getting settled in. We've got Jamie Lee Silver. Scoot on in here a little bit. Let's get into the camera. How are you today, Jamie?
I'm awesome.
Well, we're so
excited to be here.
We're grateful that you are here. And so you're going to be walking us through helping people heal in healthy ways. And so we've got a presentation right here. And so can I turn it over to you?
Absolutely. I'm here to talk about EricsHouse. I love EricsHouse. I'm so excited to be a part of it. And I'm going to let you know what we do with people when you refer them to us, or when you come yourself for our services, how we deliver them and what they are.
Amazing. Okay, so we've got our first slide up here.
Sure. EricsHouse Unique Services. We serve people who are suffering from deep and sudden grief by helping heal the whole person, mind, body, spirit. And we support people here in Paradise Valley, but now with the magic of Zoom,
Yeah.
of course, we are worldwide now. I myself, some of you who know me who are watching know that my son Ben died by suicide about 6 years ago. And ever since then, I've been preparing myself and learning and teaching, how can I help others? And here's how we help you.
Amazing. And so the next slide we have here, this is the EricsHouse vision.
Yeah, we inspire hope, healing, and new beginnings for all people bereaved by suicide, substance abuse, and sudden loss. Many times people will come to us and do our welcome session where we get to know them and they get to know us. And that is life-changing in itself because we are able to instill hope that there is transformation after great loss, and then we show them the way.
Exactly right. And a lot of people, I think hope is so important because a lot of people just, it sort of evaporates. You kind of forget about it.
Yeah.
And so here is how EricsHouse helps in that support. Walk us through this.
Yes. Well, one important thing I want to tell you is, of course, that your donations pay for us to be able to give our services. It's very hard, and it was for me, and I know for many people, to find someone to be able to help them after this kind of loss and be able to really listen. And what we offer is very low cost. It's either $30 a session, $25 a session, or we do offer scholarships because of you. And thank you so much. So we do one-on-one grief support in person or via Zoom. And our approach is called grief companioning. We follow the teachings of Dr. Alan Wolfeld. And grief companioning is rooted in the idea that we live in a society that doesn't know how to mourn, doesn't know, it's adverse to emotions. And we help people be able to talk about their loved one in individual sessions, tell us and share, and that the very nature of doing those things helps people to heal. So we have one-on-one support. We also offer group support, and our groups are very special. Once everybody has introduced themselves to everyone else, they're a closed group. So you're not going to get a new person all the time. And what that allows us to do is build community, make friends. And we also follow the 6 needs of mourning from Dr. Wolfeld's Center for Loss and Life Transitions and meet each of those needs and help people with that. So our groups are really important. There's also a men's group, and there's a mother's group, and a suicide loss and substance abuse loss. Those will be starting up again in January, and they're available via Zoom, and we hope to be able to start up in person at some point. But right now they're available being Zoom, which is good for the people who live far away from here. Anyone can join. We offer many kinds of holistic healing. We are mind, body, and spirit, which makes us unique in all the world for what we do for people who are grieving. I teach EFT, emotional freedom techniques. What that does is allows the nervous system to calm down so the healing of the body, the mind, and soul can take place. There will be a demonstration later, and I'm also offering a session for the person during this session or during my session who offers the highest amount in donation. We offer spiritual direction. Many times people suffering these losses, they're bereaved, they're torn apart. Their whole framework of life as they knew it just shatters. And we help them put that back together. We offer health coaching. You'll hear from Dr. Kathy shortly during our day today, and she talks about the physical aspects of grieving and certain things that she recommends, including deep breathing, to help continually heal the body from this trauma that has occurred. We also offer Reiki, and we can do that at a distance. And this is all part of the package that we offer people at very low cost. They can choose from our menu, they can choose what they want to do. We offer sound healing and more. We're always adding to our list of what we're doing. And we are a community, a tribe, if you will. We are people who are joined together in healing. So during COVID, we couldn't do so much face-to-face. Now we're starting to do more. Coming up on the 20th, I'll be there, many of us will be there, is our full moon labyrinth walk. Please come out for a wonderful evening with candles and a fire to honor your loved one and honor your life. And we have a labyrinth right in the backyard. So we're going to be having holiday celebrations, workshops, retreats, and special events. So we also have outsourced services. We are not counselors. We're not licensed counselors. What we are is peer-to-peer support. And sometimes people need licensed counselors. So we will refer you to our community of licensed counselors that can help you. So you really get a very well-rounded area of how we help people. How are we doing on time, Rob?
We're good. We're good. I think we got plenty of time.
Oh, good. So, did you have some questions, or I can tell you some stories about some people who've come in?
Well, I was just thinking about some of the things you mentioned. So,
Yes.
so the men's group, for example,
Yes.
was something that I was a part of for quite some time, and it was very powerful. You know,
Yeah.
and it was something that I didn't even recognize would be so powerful, you know,
Yes.
and I didn't realize at the time these sort of, women grieve differently than men,
Yeah.
and so when you were able to sort of, create this kind of safe space, to use 2021 language, we have an environment where you can really be open and you can sort of experience how other people going through your same type of journey are also experiencing the same type of grief. It's a really weird type of connection that I don't think you can get anywhere else. So I'd really encourage, those types of events, and EricsHouse does a great job organizing those.
I love that, and such a good point. After my son died, I just thought I could never connect with how could anybody ever know what I was experiencing?
Right.
And I didn't want them to.
Right.
So finding like-minded people who had been through the same thing is really the key. The group that I co-facilitate is for mothers mourning children. And that is a unique population.
Yeah.
There's really, unfortunately, there's many people who are in that situation. And why I got involved with this and trying to help people in any way I could is that I know with grief, sometimes the process of just going down just starts happening.
Right.
And EricsHouse reaches their hand down so we can pull you back up and walk with you through your grief into transformation. And remember, and I'm sure you know about this too, that there's a huge ripple effect. Like this happened to the Silver family in Downers Grove when my son died, but his entire community, everyone is affected. And the more I could strengthen my resources and find ways to heal, the more it affects everybody. And that's true in any one of these situations. But first of all, people need to heal themselves.
Yes.
Before they don't just do anything. But help us, help you by healing your heart. And you can trust us. It's confidential, and we work with love.
Yes. Love that. Do we have anything else on any more?
I think our last slide here, we have a couple of things to show.
Very good.
And there are impact numbers.
Okay, here we go.
So just this last year, 100% of our clients received subsidized services, all of them. 60% are scholarships because of you. Our annual budget is $275,000. In 2020, we had 589 sessions, 86 group sessions. We have a broad reach, and you are helping us make that even broader. We're in person and virtual, 10 states in the US, the UK, Canada, and Mexico, and still expanding through all of our efforts. So please, wherever you're watching from, or if you've received an email from us, please share it with your friends. This is such a unique and wonderful cause.
It really is, and it's not possible without your support, right? And so I just got handed a sticky note from the team, and we're off to an amazing start. We just raised $5,484 in the first 20 minutes, which is just amazing. And so thank you to everybody who is going over to Give Butter. There's a link wherever you're watching this. It should be the first link. Just click that button. Head on over there. And if you are watching on YouTube and you submit a super chat or anything like that, of course, all of that is going over to EricsHouse. All of it will be donated over there. And so that brings our total to $32,851 on the day. And we're just getting started. So we've got a whole afternoon ahead of us. And as Jamie was mentioning, right, this is not possible. We're not able to do all of this without your support. And there really is just a ton of healing here. As you were talking, Jamie, there was a memory I had when we first started the men's and the women's groups. The men's group, so we kind of jumped over this, but we're actually in a house, right? We're in Eric's house. And so it's a big, beautiful house that was donated. And when I first started going to the men's group was on one side of the house and the women's group was on the other side of the house, and they were taking place right around the same time. And it was just very interesting to just listen to the different groups. The men's group was kind of quiet, and everybody's kind of being tough in there. And then on the women's group, right, a lot more emotion. You can kind of hear it through the walls on the other side of the house. And it was a very interesting experience. Two different sets of people healing in their own ways, connecting with other people, and just pushing through. And one of the biggest takeaways that I got was, it doesn't really matter how much pain you're in at that moment. There's always going to be somebody who's newer on the journey than you are, and you got that one day of living with and sort of working through your grief. There's somebody that doesn't have that much time under their belt, and so it may feel like you don't know where to go with this, but you can always turn back and help that next person who's sort of behind you. Help show them, right? I can make it a week, I can make it a month, I can make it a year. And that's a really inspirational thing that happens at Eric's house. And so anything else, Jamie, anything else before we take an actual tour of Eric's house? That's where we're jumping into next.
Every person who comes to Eric's house is treated with love. In Eric's honor. Isn't that a beautiful thing? In your brother's honor.
It is a beautiful thing. It's it's healing for everybody. I think we're doing it in all of our. It's humbling to be a part of it, and I'm so grateful that we have amazing people like you who are willing to help push the cause forward, because we know that the world needs it today. So that is it from you, Miss Jamie. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. So once again, these are our impact numbers, and we're going to jump into a tour of Eric's house. This is a big thank you, and this is from Rumi. So now let's take a quick look at the actual tour of Eric's house. This is going to be hosted by my mother and my father, Miss Mary Ann Govea. Let's take a look at what we're working with here.
Hi, everyone. I'm Mary Ann Govea.
And I'm Greg Ackerman.
And we are the co-founders of Eric's House. Eric's House is a nonprofit organization that is located in beautiful Paradise Valley, Arizona. And we provide bereavement support for people who have suddenly lost someone they love. And we specialize in suicide and substance-related losses.
As you can see, even as we approach the front door, we project a feeling of tranquility and welcome.
Eric's House was named after our son, Eric. Eric died when he was 27 years old. He had a high school injury, and he became addicted to prescription opioids. And after a long struggle, he transitioned to heroin. And after an even longer struggle, he decided to end his life. For me, finding support after Eric died was really difficult, as it was for our whole family. And so Greg and I decided that, well, we would just create a capability to support healing, mind, body, and spirit. And that's what we did. This is our dandelion room. It's a beautiful room. We have a gorgeous fish tank. We have a lending library with a variety of books from living to dying. And we have a beautiful mural of a dandelion. The dandelion is our icon. Most people think the dandelion is a weed, but it's actually a beautiful yellow flower that has the ability to survive in even the toughest of environments.
And this is our family room. Our EricsHouse family frequently gathers here. This is a place where we do small group meetings. We do a lot of individual conversations and socializing. One of the things you notice on entry to our family room is that we have some beautiful artwork. We have been blessed by generous donations from local artists who've been moved by our mission. We have a lithograph from Ed Mell, a very well-known Arizona artist who does many abstract landscapes. We have a beautiful desert sunset landscape by Dave Flitner. And the angel picture, which stands over our fireplace, was donated by Cara Paps Moran.
Beautiful piece. The name of that painting is Angelic. And it definitely suits the purpose for the work that we do in that room. Let me introduce you to Jim Joseph. Jim Joseph is a special needs man, and he was brutally murdered. And of course, his mom has been a big part of EricsHouse, really almost from the very beginning. She was generous enough to donate a whole kitchen. We received all kinds of catering equipment and dishes and pots and pans and silverware and condiments. And the kitchen is a really important part of our mission at EricsHouse because we believe in creating community.
You'll notice that many of the rooms in EricsHouse are dedicated to individuals and are set up as memorials, as the kitchen was for Jim Joseph. The first of these is Adam's room.
Adam's room is a very special room. We do a lot of one-on-one support in that room. Adam was a performing musician. He had 2 albums. Adam died of a fentanyl overdose the night before he was to go into rehab.
And this is Mark's room. Mark died suddenly of a heart attack. And as you walk into the room, you'll notice the huge wall is covered with a picture of a beautiful lake. That's Lake Chautauqua in New York, place where Mark grew up and the place that was very near and dear to his heart. You'll also notice a plaque on the wall with a quote from a Kenny Loggins song, "Please Celebrate Me Home," one of his favorites.
And this is Connor's room. You can see Connor's Sacred Heart. He had that as a young man. And he has an I am statement from his high school days. It says, "I am an open, intelligent, and powerful soldier of the Savior who reaches out to the earth with the power of the Holy Spirit." Connor Costello, 2000. Connor died in 2008 from a heroin overdose. And we love his room. We do all kinds of really fun and interesting things in his room.
One of the standout pieces in Connor's room is a beautiful giclée that was donated by Charles Paps, another very well-known local artist. Kind of sets the tone for the room. And if you have the opportunity to look at it very closely, look for the hiker. There's a tiny little hiker in the middle of this. And notably, both Connor and Eric were avid outdoorsmen and hikers.
We do all kinds of things in this room, from one-on-one grief support to group support. But we also do a lot of our holistic therapies in this room, like Reiki, sometimes health coaching, sometimes body work, sometimes acupuncture.
Now we move outdoors to the property around Eric's house. And one of the first things you'll notice is our labyrinth. Our labyrinth was built and designed and built by volunteers from Eric's house with love. And it's probably one of our most popular features. We have a monthly full moon labyrinth walk with the accompaniment of a gong. That's a beautiful candle ceremony, and seems to draw a very consistent following every month. You see the surroundings. We sit at the base of Mummy Mountain, surrounded by beautiful Sonoran desert. And the setting is just very peaceful and calming. Very near the labyrinth, we have a small Mary Grotto, a beautiful little garden that's set off in a corner by itself. And it has become a meditation space, a very tranquil little spot where people can have one-on-one intimate conversations with one another, or sit by themselves and meditate.
And one of the things we like to say about Eric's house is that love lives here. Anyone who enters our door is filled with support. We hold them up. We love them. We hug them. We nurture them. We help them with their struggle as it relates to their grief.
So if you or someone you know is struggling with these devastating losses, please know that you don't have to do it alone. We're here to help.
Thank you very much, everyone.
All right. So that was Eric's house, and as you can see, it's a beautiful piece of property. A lot of healing takes place here, and a lot of thanks goes out to everybody who has helped to build this place into what it is, including the labyrinth and all of the other amazing things. Next up, we have a memorial presentation that is dedicated to remembering those that we have lost. Here it is.
is missing since you left. And here on earth, everything's different. There's an emptiness. Oh, I hope you're dancing in the sky, and I hope you're singing in the angels' choir, and I hope the angels know what they have. I bet it's so nice up in heaven since you arrived. Tell me, what do you do up in heaven? Are your days filled with love and light? Is there music? Is there art and invention? Tell me, are you happy? Are you more alive? 'Cause here on earth it feels like everything good is missing since you left. And here on earth everything's different. There's an emptiness. Oh, I hope you're dancing in the sky, and I hope you're singing in the angels' choir, and I hope the angels know what they have. I bet it's so nice up in heaven since you arrived. Oh, I hope you're dancing in the sky, and I hope you're singing in the angels' choir, and I hope the angels know what they have. I bet it's so nice up in heaven since you arrived, since you arrived.
Beautiful memorial presentation, and just wanted to welcome somebody who stopped by, Billy Harfosh. He's over with iHeartRadio. Welcome to EricsHouse, Billy.
Rob, thank you for having me. I wish that everybody watching right now could be here with us. And I just got my first tour of EricsHouse, and I am wowed. I'm in awe of everything you guys have going on here. It's an incredible place, and I feel very peaceful here. It's incredible what you all are doing. So kudos to everyone involved.
Well, we really appreciate you being here, and we appreciate your support of EricsHouse. I know that you've had some people from our team over on your show, and you've helped us to promote and sort of get the message out. Can you tell us a little bit about your program?
Yeah, so my show is called Show Up Arizona. It airs across the state of Arizona on 18 iHeart radio stations, and we do a lot of celebrity stuff, political stuff. But at the end of the day, we're just trying to make a difference in a positive way, and it's through organizations like this. And we're trying to give a platform and give a microphone and highlight things that actually matter and actually make a change in our community. That's what you guys are doing here today.
Well, we really appreciate your support. While you're here, I want to announce that we had a donation just came in. This was in memory of the donor's son. His name is Chase, lost his life to an accidental fentanyl overdose January 23rd of 2021. So that's still very recent. Yeah, obviously a lot of this is still going on, and it's very prevalent out there. And so where can people connect with you if they want to sort of follow your work and continue to stay in touch?
Sure. Yeah, you can follow me. The best way is obviously social. Facebook, Instagram, at Billy Harfosh. You can follow me there. And I did want to say, on my show, we've had attorney generals, everyone running for office, governors and stuff, and I'm bringing up this fentanyl issue to all of the powers that be in our state. It is a real thing. It is incredibly, unfortunately, it's happening all the time. And I don't know if enough people understand it crosses all barriers, race, economic, It doesn't matter where you're from, who you are. This is happening in our state, in our community. So we need to keep speaking up about that. And I'm just happy that all of your watchers, your viewers today are understanding that fentanyl is a real problem. And it's okay to have an open conversation, an open dialogue, because that's the only way we make change.
Totally agree with that. Yeah, bring it out into the sunlight so that we can talk about it and actually address it. And one of the difficult things with fentanyl is, a lot of people are highly aware of it when it's sort of, active. Somebody's actively addicted to it, or they're in the throes of addiction, or they're dealing with that and they're alive. But oftentimes, once that unfortunate tragedy happens, once we lose that person, there's often, a lot less resources for the family, the people who are sort of left in the blast zone of that tragic loss. And so, we really appreciate all your help out there, continuing to communicate with the people, the powers that be, to address this. We really appreciate your work, Billy. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rob. Thanks for having me on.
We're grateful to have you here. All right, and so we're jumping into next. We have a segment here from Jan Diatri. Very exciting. She's going to be teaching us about animals and healing. This is called Angels, Animals with Jan Diatri. Here we go.
Hi everyone, this is Jan Diatri. I've been in the media, on television, radio, and in newspapers for 46 years here in Arizona, so much of my life has been very public. But a glimpse into my personal life reveals my true passion, love, and respect for animals. In fact, I have 24 of them, all rescues of every size, shape, species, and personality. Now, a lot's been written about the therapeutic benefits of pets and how they help you live longer, happier, and healthier lives. And I can tell you that it's true. But I really realize their magic in times of grief. These amazing creatures can step in when humans can't, providing unconditional love and a sense of calm and peace. I call them my angels from above. And they've helped me through many tragedies in my life. The loss of a brother at a very young age, the loss of my father, who was my best friend, and occasional heartaches from the rough and tumble of life. There were times that I didn't or couldn't talk to a person, but my pets were there to fill the void. They provided distraction, and they brought me joy. Also, with animals, there's always a need greater than your own. They need you. You matter to them, and that gives you purpose. Yes, animals are loving healers and often the best therapists you can have. Recently, I did a short video of my little menagerie. It was during feeding time. I thought you might like getting to know the gang that has provided so much relief from grief. Hi everyone, welcome to the Rancho. I've posted pictures of my family now and then, and you've heard me talk about my family, 24 rescues. Yes, I have a very furry family, but I love my home because I love my pets. They fill my heart. There's always a need greater than mine, so it really keeps me centered. And they are my everything. Right now, it's a pretty busy time of the day because it's feeding time, so I thought you would enjoy coming along with me as I feed some pretty hungry mouths. You ready? Let's go. Hey, girlie. Hi. Cassie, the crazy cowgirl, is our dog. Would you believe she's a cross between a beagle and an Australian shepherd? What? Yeah, that's how crazy she is. She's got toys galore. She plays all day long. She's the sweetest. Frankie, you're so gorgeous. So Frankie is our sulcata tortoise, and when we got him, he was the size of $1. and now he's bigger than a tire, and he is the sweetest, neatest animal. I mean, he's just going to grow and grow and grow. And if you have a sulcata tortoise, you have to put him in your will because they're going to way outlive you. And look at, he's got an appetite. Salvi is my Sicilian burro. Salvatore. He is the love of my life. He's my little soulmate, my buddy. I absolutely adore him. I can't kiss him enough, and he gets so sick of getting lipstick marks on his nose, but I just adore him. And we're on a diet, so he's got to lose 150 pounds. So he's got a pretty strict diet. So the Sicilian burros have a cross. All of them have a cross, and the saying goes that Jesus
had a little bit of a technical power problem over here. Something happened. A breaker flipped, but it looks like we're back and live. And let's just confirm it on a couple different locations. I'm going to wait for the thumbs up from the team back here before we chime back into the programming. As you can see, I've been joined by somebody named Kristen Pollen. She's here. She's going to be telling us a lot more about Not My Kid, which we're very excited to talk about here in a minute. But let's make sure that we've got all the technical kinks worked out. Everybody's going to be we're broadcasting now on YouTube. Robert Gruler Live, looks like that's live. Looks like we're live over on EricsHouse YouTube. Should be live on EricsHouse Facebook. So let's just double check that. Waiting for the confirmations. All right, so it looks like we're good. We're live across the board. So let's jump in. All right. So thank you, Kristen Pollen.
We're back.
You've been very patient as we've been navigating through this. But okay, so let's just get right into it. So you and I, obviously, we've been around the block a couple times. We've been having lunches for I think 3 years now.
We have.
It's been a long time.
Yeah.
And the journey has changed a bit. We've grown, gone, sort of blossomed into different careers. Now you are the CEO of Not My Kid. Can you tell us about Not My Kid? What do you guys do there?
That's correct. Well, first of all, I'm really happy to be sitting next to you.
Likewise.
It has been quite a journey, and wonderful to be here to support EricsHouse today. I love this organization so much. I love that you introduced me to the organization when R&R Law Firm came out and supported Not My Kid at our annual gala. Yeah. For those of you that aren't aware of what Not My Kid is in our community, and for that matter, nationally, we are an entity, an organization that exists to inspire positive life choices, and we have an array, a full continuum of prevention, early intervention, treatment now, that's fairly new for the organization, and support programs to address issues that surround mental health and substance use disorder. So I think for us, an alignment and partnership with Not My Kid and the EricsHouse is so critical for those families that have to deal with the other side of addiction and mental health and are struggling and grieving from suicide and loss. So again, I'm really honored to be able to publicly connect the dots between the two organizations and show our support today.
Yeah, no question. The big thing that we've all been going through, obviously, is sort of COVID and the world changing, and I don't want to get political here, obviously, right? But a lot of people are feeling the consequences of this. Mm-hmm. How have you seen that, sort of the last 12, 18 months or so? Have you noticed changes in your organization? Have you noticed, a higher volume of people needing support in this category?
Everything has changed, and I think that I would say this new challenge that we're facing today is going to be around for a while. But in March of 2020, which it feels like it was forever ago, but just yesterday, right, when things were happening, for anyone that watches me speak over and over again about the concerns I had prior to the arrival of the pandemic, that there was already 2 epidemics that were roaring in our communities around suicide and the fentanyl crisis. And to say that those escalated to places I've never seen in my life, in my entire career, escalate to places where people we didn't know were struggling were now struggling, has been significant. So there's been an alarming response for us. We've never moved faster to pivot and start running programs that were more in terms of not just educating and connecting, but helping and meeting an urgent need. I would say we got 10 times the call volume for help for parents that were concerned about their children when they were isolated during COVID when schools closed. But today, if you fast forward 19, 20 months later, we're still seeing the ripple effect and the escalation of a mental health crisis. That's what we are in. And so it's going to take multiple organizations working together, everyone getting on the same page. And I would say my platform, more than anything, is to make it okay and safe for people to ask for help and really take on stigma. That stigma is keeping people from getting the help that they need and making it safe. That's why we exist today.
Yeah, as you were speaking and you said, our call volumes, 10 times, it's shocking to some degree, but it's not, right? Because mm-hmm. we know the stressors that everybody is under and has been under for the entirety of the pandemic. Mm-hmm. But even before COVID, this was a difficult problem to solve, right? It's a resource problem. It's a sort of a stigma, societal problem, right? A lot of people don't want to talk about these issues. Mm-hmm. And so now it's you've already got your work cut out for you if you're in this space. You've already got, a lot that needs to be done. Now you sort of add 10 times the volume, 10 times of the people hurting. How does an organization deal with that?
We have to address it from every level. And I think that that's for organizations that look at the whole big picture, no matter where someone's at in their journey. That's the most important piece of why we will continue to provide education on the front lines at the school level. One of the blessings of COVID was reaching the masses virtually through webinars and ways of streaming, just like we're doing today, just so we know that message can carry to people that might not show up to a school, they might not pick up the phone and call, but passively we start to raise awareness about the things that you might be experiencing at home are things that people are experiencing far and wide, vastly and sometimes alone and in isolation. And so what we're trying to do is really bring that message forward that so many people need help, might be struggling, they're questioning, am I in that need? I see this a lot. Is my need big enough to ask for help?
Yes.
And then just continuing to stuff it, pretend everything's okay when they're really not, and that escalates over time.
Right. And that whole internal conversation that people are having with themselves has changed. So I was a couple of weeks ago, I had a sore throat and a cough, right? And I got COVID tested. It wasn't COVID or anything like that. But when I tried to interface with the medical system, when I tried to interface with the doctor, they wouldn't even let me come into the clinic, right? They just said, "Oh, nope, you get some stuff over the phone. You get a inhaler and some prednisone, and then good luck to you," you know. And so when I think about that in the context of recovery and help and sort of companionship and community, it scares me, right? Because I had that conversation about maybe I just shouldn't even call. Maybe I'll just get over this thing. Maybe it'll work itself out, right? And that was just a cough and a cold. Now you've got somebody else who's struggling with addiction. Or we just talked with Billy talking about fentanyl, and it's very easy for people to just internalize all of that. It's just pandemic stuff. I'll get over it, but they really don't know how this can compound, can snowball into a major problem. So how are you guys dealing with the social distancing and dealing with that automatic sort of disconnect that accompanies a pandemic? That disconnection is kind of the opposite of what we're trying to do here.
And that, I would say, has probably been the greatest struggle for our organization, is we know that more than ever kids need connection, and everybody does, but I think for a lot of kids that have been so disconnected, and young adults, I mean, being a parent with children in high school, just the isolation factor of that has been very, very significant. One of the things that I think our organization feels really proud of is we did everything we could to get services back intact in person. So whether that was wearing masks and doing the social distancing, that we knew we needed a place. And quite frankly, parents were calling to say, no, we can't do this virtually.
Yeah.
I know telehealth has really expanded, and great. I think that it's great that resources have expanded via telehealth, but there's kids that have to connect and be in person, see faces. There's a lot of people that need that. And again, not to diminish, I need that. You need that.
Right.
And, also identifying as a person that's in recovery, myself, watching the recovery community shut down and move to virtual was intense. And so it's a miracle every day when people can overcome those challenges.
Yeah, our men's group went online. We were meeting every Tuesday, and the pandemic hit. We have a lot of older gentlemen in our men's group, and we went online, and we sort of were kind of duct taping together our recovery sessions on a Zoom call. But there is something different than that. Joe Polish says that, or I've heard him say, I don't know if he invented this, but he said the opposite of addiction is connection.
That's right.
Right, and we really need that, and the pandemic has made that difficult. What about sort of prognosticating into the future? A lot of people are still, or some people I think are over the pandemic. Some people are still right in the thick of it. But there's a lot of talk that in dealing with the viral pandemic that we created sort of a mental health crisis that we're going to be dealing with indefinitely, and the need for organizations like yours and like EricsHouse is going to sort of increase exponentially.
Yes.
How are you guys dealing with that? Kind of the future plan.
Yeah, the future plan for us really started to shift at the arrival of the pandemic. We knew it was only going to get worse. So as I mentioned, the call volume increased, the support that schools were seeking for kids that were struggling, just the ripple and wave effect of that has been intense. But the pivot that we did recently is we just moved in literally 3 weeks ago to a brand new campus called The Well, and it is by Not My Kid. Many of you that know the area, if you're tuning in locally, it is on Shade Boulevard near our old office next to the Mountainside Fitness.
Yeah.
And we are getting ready to launch a whole full continuum of prevention programs, early intervention. I had mentioned we did get our outpatient treatment center license, so we're addressing mental health and substance use. And well-being programs are the next frontier for us to be able to offer support groups, mindfulness classes, all things that help kids with coping in their current struggle. And again, that's where I see this alignment with EricsHouse and their commitment to prevention and awareness as well, launching training, education series for parents. So this campus, this community of care that we are introducing to the community will be a collaboration where we have organizations like EricsHouse and Mother's Grace and so many other organizations that are out there doing great work to raise awareness. We have a home where people can also connect programs, and we're only 5 minutes away from EricsHouse.
Yeah, that's right.
So as a neighbor, just opening our community and doors to offer more. That's been the mission for us, is we have to do more.
Yeah, and I don't think that you're alone in that. I think everybody's recognizing that there's a real need for it, and a lot of people want to see meaningful progress in this space. What do you say to a family or to somebody who's sort of watching this? When we started this segment today, the live stream, I was talking about sort of the first domino, right? That somebody who will kind of give somebody that nudge, or it'll turn a light bulb on for them, and it'll ding. Okay, now I can see it. I need to do something about this. Walk me through sort of how that works with your organization. So if somebody's watching this and they've got something going on in their family, what should their first step be? What can they expect? How does it work?
I think the most important thing is reaching out. Maybe you don't know what it is yet, and you don't know what that looks like, but we have a wonderful team of caring individuals, very much ready to listen and hear what those needs are. And if we aren't the proper place for it, that network of support, I keep mentioning community of care, because that is something that I think is so important, that we have a lot of trusted providers in our circle to be able to get the right help for someone that needs it. But today, simply calling, messaging us through our website, messaging us on social media by searching Not My Kid. We do have a full team and even a dedicated family navigator that can just hear and assess and triage all of the things that are going on and get you on the right path. I think most parents will say right now, asking for help and getting help has been a struggle.
Yeah.
That wait times, I think this is the story right now that we need to address. Most kids are waiting 6 to 8 weeks to get a counseling appointment, and that's simply not acceptable. So if there's any element that we can provide in terms of even starting support groups and group therapy, and also an exciting launch of peer support programs that we're going to be doing for teenagers, that does not exist in our community. So we're getting ready to launch a full-scale technology-based peer support program that's coming soon in November as well.
Amazing. So it's
exciting.
That's really amazing, and we're grateful that you're doing all of that work. So I think a lot of people can get a little bit of decision anxiety or decision fatigue, because it sounds like this is like a huge ball of worms that they got to sink themselves into. But what you're telling me is that you've got an intake and inbound process that you're going to help people unravel all of this and get plugged into where they need to go.
And I'm very sensitive to what you just said, because a lot of times people will be handed a list of numbers and think that that's enough.
Right.
And for a family in crisis, or a family that has never experienced a behavioral health crisis ever in their life, actually not knowing what to do is the number one thing people say. So I think for us, our commitment is walking with them through that process and making sure those connections are made. If it's not with us, it's with the right organization, and making sure that happens. Because again, that 6 to 8 week, if I give a number, that is not serving. That's not helping. That creates more confusion, frustration, and delay in getting someone help. So there is that urgency for us to navigate with that family. And there's a lot of organizations that are doing that. And again, the need is unprecedented, but I'm feeling a little more confident in the response of the community. I'm grateful that the state is releasing a lot of mental health dollars to address what I think is at least going to be a decade long. It's not to say negative. I think we all have to accept that mental health is in front, and the fentanyl crisis is, we have to keep talking about the fentanyl crisis as well.
Right. And we can't continue to bury our heads in the sand and and presume that all of this is going to just sort itself out. It's going to take a lot of work. It's going to take a lot of energy. It's going to take a lot of support. So speaking of that, where's the best place for people to connect with you and Not My Kid?
NotMyKid.org. I think that is, go there, start there. There's plenty of places to click if you need help, and we'll help in any way we can. Amazing.
So thank you so much. This is Kristen Paulin over from Not My Kid. You just heard NotMyKid.org, doing amazing work over there. You've always been so good to EricsHouse, and we're grateful that we're in the same circle.
Yes, we are.
It's very nice.
Yes, we are.
All right, my friends. Well, that was Kristen Paulin. Thank you so much, Kristen. We're going to jump into, we have another segment here. We have another testimonial that we have here. This is from Sarah Combs over at EricsHouse. So let's go ahead and get this queued up and playing.
Hello, everybody. I'm Greg Eckerman, co-founder of EricsHouse and Eric's stepdad. I have the pleasure today to be speaking with Sarah Combs, who is a longtime friend of EricsHouse and Adam's mom. How are you today, Sarah?
I'm very good. Thank you for asking.
Yeah, it's so nice to see you. Can you tell us a little bit about your loss and about Adam?
Oh, I sure can. Adam is my son, and 3.5 years ago, he told me he was a drug addict, and I didn't know it at the time. So I got him into treatment right away the very next day after he told me that. And it was 30 days in a recovery center, and he got home, and the whole time I really didn't even honestly know if he was a drug addict or if he just wanted to get out of being in trouble. So he got home, and I kind of asked the recovery center what I needed to look for, because I didn't work in addiction. I am a nurse, but I didn't truly know what to be looking for an addict. They didn't give me any information, so I just kind of kept an eye on him. I didn't want to be a hovering parent the whole weekend. And then that Monday morning, 4 days later, I went to wake him up, and he was dead in my house. He had overdosed on fentanyl. So it was very shocking, and immediately I went into grief, extreme grief, like couldn't get out of bed, didn't know how to function, didn't know what I was going to do. That week, the police department set us up with a grief counselor that went on vacation the very next day after they set her up with me. So we got hooked up with Hospice of the Valley to do a grief counseling, my whole family, and it was not an appropriate fit because most of those people there had been dealing with hospice family members that were dying over a long period of time, and my son had died that week. So that was not a good grieving process for me, but of course it would be for the people that are on hospice. The very following week, one of my best friends, I was talking to her, and she said, "Oh, I just got off the phone with this wonderful person, Mary Ann with EricsHouse. You need to call her." So I immediately called her, and Mary Ann met me that very day, I think, or maybe the next day, and started my plan for how I was going to go through grief. EricsHouse was pretty much in the beginnings of its operations, and it helped me tremendously. I got into grief counseling. I went to a therapist. I got into some group meetings here, and truly those first few months were the end of my life is how it felt, and for my family. I quit my job as a nurse, took a few months off, and then when I went back to work, I thought I needed to work in recovery and detox. So since that time, that's what I've been doing. I work with the detox and recovery and the seriously mentally ill clients, because they usually are hand in hand, that diagnosis and what happens. So I'm just doing my best. Sorry.
We have so many survivors of loss to fentanyl, and it strikes me. I always observe this. It's there's a sort of an extra layer of tragedy in that, because it's there's just this element of uncertainty and risk in the fentanyl overdoses. It's like Russian roulette, and it's for the survivors, it just seems that there's this extra layer of questioning why did it happen, and so many times it seems like it's just the worst possible set of coincidences. A kid takes the wrong pill, and if they'd have taken a different pill, there would have been no problem. Or it just, it's just tragic on so many levels. I would imagine that makes it much more difficult as a parent.
And truly, when he started with it, he had anxiety and some depression, and he was trying to self-treat, and he thought he was buying an Ativan is what he thought he was getting. And he said, Mom, I only tried it like once or twice, and it had fentanyl in the Ativan. He goes, and then I couldn't be without it. It was an instant addiction for him. And, he did have the dual diagnoses. He had an addict, plus he had depression and anxiety. So it was just a downhill road. And I truly, it was a month that this went on, but leading up until that, he worked a full-time job. He was responsible. He did everything that he was supposed to do as a 26-year-old young man. So it was very shocking to me. But he did work night shift, and he would say, I'd be like, why are you so tired all the time? He's like, Mom, I work nights. And so, I let a lot of that go, because he did work full time and he did work nights, but it was just such a shock when it happens, because you're in denial. First of all, you don't want to believe that in your child. And Adam truly didn't burn any bridges. He didn't rob anybody. He didn't hurt anybody. His was such a short-lived addiction that it left all of my family in total shock that this happened, because it was just this is Adam. This is our family member, and all of our family is still grieving, actually.
I didn't know Adam, but I sort of feel like I've gotten to know him a little bit, because for those of you that have been to our EricsHouse facility, you know that we have rooms that are dedicated to different individuals and by their loss survivors. And one of those is Adam's room. And if you go into Adam's room, you get right away, this guy was a musician, and he had some fairly eclectic taste. But there's something about that room that just draws me in. It's one of my favorite rooms to just sit in and talk to people.
And I hear that from a lot of the clients too, that they feel drawn into that room, that it's just such a warm feeling. And that makes me very happy, because I do have Adam's things in there. I have like one of his Cardinals journey, and I have jersey, and I have one of his guitars in there, because he was a musician in a band. So it brings me great comfort to sit in there also.
Yeah, it's So, and it's really interesting to hear your personal journey. So many of us find that it's not possible to continue life as it was before our loss, that there's that break point that happens, and that moment that divides our lives. And it's, I think it's really wonderful that you've kind of moved into that space where you could help other people that are struggling with some of the same kinds of issues.
And that is my whole purpose. If I could just help save a few lives, obviously I'm not going to change the whole opiate war and everything that's happening out there. But if I can influence a few people, like I had a few clients today that said, oh yeah, I do fentanyl every day and I'm fine. I'm like, oh, okay, well, let's get you some Narcan. So I got them to our pharmacy, got them Narcan and taught them how to use it. And I'm like, how do you feel it's safe? And they're like, oh, there's such a wide margin. I'm very safe. And I'm like, no, you're not. I'm like, let's teach you how to use this Narcan. Let's get you off fentanyl altogether. But that's their illusion that they know how much they can do. They've done this, daily
Right.
for months or years. I'm like, well, you're awesome that you're still here, but you might not be tomorrow. And so it's really important to me to try to educate these kids and adults, it's all ages.
Well, it's wonderful work that you're doing, and it's been such a pleasure to get to know you. I guess I should mention that you've recently taken on a position as our EricsHouse board secretary. So thank you very much for doing that. The work that's absolutely critical and no one really wants to do. So we're very, very appreciative of your support.
I'm very excited to be part of EricsHouse. Very awesome.
Thanks,
to be
Sarah.
here. You're welcome. Thank you, Greg.
Take care.
All right. Well, that was another beautiful conversation between Mr. Greg Eckerman and Sarah Combs. We are moving on. We just did an amazing interview with Kristen Pollan. Of course, we have that. And next, we're going to jump into another amazing presentation by Jean Niktakis. She's a practitioner. She's a board member here at EricsHouse. And she's going to be sharing her knowledge about Reiki and how it's used here at EricsHouse for healing. And so let's listen in and see what Miss Jean Niktakis has to say. Here she is.
Well, hello, EricsHouse members and supporters. My name is Jean Niktakis, and I'm on the board of directors for EricsHouse. But much more importantly, I have the privilege of serving our members as a volunteer provider in 2 of our integrative grief care modalities: spiritual companioning, and for the body, healing Reiki energy. The integrative grief care model is really the reason why I got involved with EricsHouse. When I met Marianne Gouveia several years ago, she described her journey to wellness after the traumatic loss of her son, Eric, and that journey led her to many different venues and so many different providers. She listed all the different services that had helped her along the way and all the different providers that she had researched and stumbled upon, but as well as the difficulty she encountered in finding the help that she really needed. She shared with me her vision for creating a healing space for suicide and substance loss survivors that would have all these healing modalities under one roof and would address the needs of healing the whole person, mind, body, and soul. It's a beautiful vision, and she's turned it into an even more beautiful reality. And when I heard about this, I knew I had to help in any way that I could. I am a certified spiritual companion and a certified Reiki master teacher, and I'm honored to help EricsHouse clients heal both their bodies and their souls after their devastating loss. Today, I've been asked to speak about Reiki. What is it and how does it help? Well, Reiki is an ancient form of healing that is practiced around the world. Its origins date back many thousands of years and was passed down and taught by word of mouth. It was brought into written teaching at the end of the 19th century by a Japanese monk. It is not faith-based or tied to any religion, but it does recognize and depend upon higher source of whatever name you choose to use: God, love, creator, source energy, the name doesn't matter. It's important to understand that your Reiki practitioner does not do the healing, but rather holds the space for the divine source to intervene for your highest and best good and allowing your body to receive. Now, where do we get the word Reiki? Well, of course, it comes from Japan, and it translates literally into Rei, means universal, and Ki means energy. So Reiki together is literally universal energy. And that's all there is to it. This may sound like New Age psychobabble to you, but if we look a bit closer at it and compare it to a Western science, maybe not so much. Studies in quantum science have shown that our bodies are made of energy, and our electromagnetic field flows both through our bodies and around our bodies. Quantum physics demonstrates that what appears to be a solid object, like the table in front of me or even my physical body, is truly a mass of individual particles moving at an extremely accelerated pace. These particles can be influenced by other particles. In other words, they communicate beyond time and space. Quantum cells, our energy, communicates beyond time and space to all other particles in the universal energy field. Still sounding confusing? Of course it is. We human beings are just now becoming a tiny bit familiar with the idea of quantum physics and what it means for all of us. But this confusion surrounding how energy works is not new. When Thomas Edison, George Westinghouse, and Nikola Tesla were all battling for dominance in the new field of electrical energy way back in the late 1800s, Edison was quoted as saying about electricity, "We don't know how it works or why it works, but we do know that it works and we can harness it for our benefit." Wow. Fast forward, so it is with Reiki or quantum energy or universal life force energy, whatever you choose to call it. We don't fully understand how or why it works, but we do know that it works and we can harness it for our best good. In a Reiki session, your practitioner harnesses this universal energy and intentionally connects it with your body's system. You can feel this energy yourself. Let's do something together. Rub your hands together quick as you can until you feel the heat between the palms of your hands. Now, slowly move your palms apart and focus your attention on the space between your palms. You should be feeling something, moving it back and forth, around in a circle, getting a little wider, a little closer, perhaps up and down. What you are feeling is your electromagnetic field. An energy healer has developed the skills to sense this field of energy that runs through and around your body. So now you're probably wondering, well, just what happens during a Reiki session? Your session is designed to help you completely relax. Here at EricsHouse, we have a beautiful room set up with soft lights, spa music, flickering candles, and a comfortable massage table with a warming pad and cozy blankets. You will lie face up on the table, fully clothed, but without your shoes on. You'll want to take off your Apple Watch and put your phone on Do Not Disturb so you don't get beeped or buzzed or dinged during your session. You'll close your eyes and you'll be invited to relax deeply. Your Reiki master will enter a state of prayer to center, ground, and attune to you while consciously connecting with your energy field. Many clients fall into a deep and comfortable sleep while the Reiki master assesses the energy field for any blockages and then channels universal energy into your body, clearing the blocks, connecting your meridian lines, balancing your chakras. Chakras is just another word for that internal energy system. Your auric field, or that electromagnetic field that surrounds you, will also be cleared and energized. The session lasts about an hour, and at the end, most clients report tremendous feelings of peacefulness, deep relaxation, and comfort. You might like to know that Reiki has been researched, documented, and studies have shown that it can reduce anxiety, reduce physical pain, and improve sleep. It is being used in over 800 hospitals in the United States. I was one of several Reiki providers who volunteer at Honor Health's Cancer Center, where the oncologists consistently noted that the patients who had regular Reiki sessions had a reduction in the amount of pain medicine that they required, reported improved sleep, and had far lessened side effects from their treatments. So now that you know a bit more about what Reiki is and the method for providing it, you may be wondering, why do we use it at EricsHouse? Well, there have been many studies documenting the effects of grief on the body. The heart can literally ache. Traumatic memories cause our stomachs to clench, chills run up and down our spines, our heartbeat speeds up as our mind either races or completely freezes. Frequent bouts of nausea, migraines, sleeplessness, forgetfulness, and dizziness are often reported. Grief has been shown to increase inflammation, which can create new health issues or worsen current health problems. Grief has also been shown to compromise the immune system, leading to infections. Emotional stress that becomes chronic increases blood pressure and keeps the body in the sympathetic nervous system, or that fight or flight mode. Grief literally attacks the body on a very physical level. Now, our bodies are naturally self-healing organisms, but grief interrupts this ability. You may be wondering, what do you mean my body is a self-healing organism? Well, think about when you get the common cold and you go to the doctor and the doctor says, hey, there's no cure for this. You just need to go home, rest, get some sleep, drink lots of fluids, and you'll be okay in a few days. Well, it's the same with grief. There is no cure. There's no pill you can take, no exercise you can do to get through it. What the doctor is prescribing for maladies with no physical cure is a way to put our bodies in the parasympathetic nervous system, where that self-healing abilities of our bodies can kick in and reduce our blood pressure, facilitate digestion, relax our mental processes so that we can heal to the greatest extent possible. When our bodies are in the sympathetic nervous system, the fight or flight mode that grief arouses, these self-healing abilities cannot be accessed because we remain in a heightened state of anxiety and fear. Grief keeps us in the sympathetic nervous system, and Reiki relieves that by encouraging deep relaxation so the body can turn on its own self-healing mechanisms and help cure current maladies and prevent future illnesses. Let me take a moment to share with you the results we are seeing at EricsHouse with our Reiki procedures. We ask each client to rate their level of stress, physical pain, and emotional pain, 3 areas, each on a scale of 0 to 10, prior to their Reiki session and after their session. And our clients' average scores show that their beginning stress level when they walk through the door is over 6 on a scale of 0 to 10. But after Reiki, their stress level reduces to an average of 1.68, under 2 points. Their physical pain at the beginning is reported on average to be just over 4. And again, that reduces to 1.82 on average. And their emotional pain at the beginning is scaled at a 5.41 and after Reiki has been reduced to a remarkable 0.86. It is clear from these scores that the EricsHouse clients receive an immediate benefit from the Reiki session. In my experience, this benefit lasts several days, and most of our clients elect to have Reiki session every other week. Their comments after the Reiki session are even more encouraging, so let me share a few of them with you. And these are quotes from actual clients at EricsHouse. Well, hello, EricsHouse members and supporters. My name is Jean Niktakis, and I'm on the board of directors for EricsHouse. But much more importantly, I have the privilege of serving our members as a volunteer provider in 2 of our integrative grief care modalities.
All right, so that was Miss Jean Niktakis showing us a little bit about Reiki. You know, Reiki was one of those things that I didn't know much about until I got plugged in over here at EricsHouse. Have never done it, but after that presentation, I think it might be something that I have to put on the list. I want to give a quick update. We are taking a look at our first round of numbers that have come in. We're at $35,336 that has been raised, which is just amazing. So thumbs up and jazz hands for all of that. Thank you for all of your amazing support. That means we're over a third of the way to our goal, which means we still have some work cut out for us, but that's all right because we have a lot of content and a lot of amazing people left to hear from on the day. But now's a good reminder, a good time to go ahead and share the page wherever you're watching this. Tag people if you're on Facebook, send an email, send a text message, tell them to go to the Give Butter link, the one that you see down in the description, where they can go and make a contribution. And as I mentioned at the start of the show, anytime that you share this or tag somebody, you might be the first domino in their journey towards some healing and some hope. And so we'd really appreciate that. A like on the video, a thumbs up, a share, a comment, any of those things would be very, very useful so that we can continue to spread the message all around the internet and the world. Next up, I'm going to, very exciting, give you a quick tour of the Labyrinth, the healing power of the Labyrinth. We're going to hear from, of course, my mother, the amazing Marianne Govea, and Dr. Kathleen Benjamin Ricard. She's going to be, they're going to be guiding us through the healing power of the Labyrinth. And you can see this is what a labyrinth looks like. We actually have one of these at EricsHouse, and you probably saw that in the tour of EricsHouse. But now let's learn a little bit more about it. What is it? Why do we have it? What is a labyrinth for? How does it help people heal? This is a presentation from Marianne and Dr. Ricard.
Well, hi everyone. I'm Marianne Govea, co-founder of EricsHouse, and I'm here today with a very special guest, Dr. Kathleen Benjamin Ricard. And that is a mouthful, and I'm always mispronouncing it. So we'll just go ahead and call her Dr. Kathy. Welcome, Dr. Kathy.
Thank you, Marianne. Marianne and I have been long friends way back into the grade school years, and I'm honored to be here today. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. I'd like to talk a little bit today about the healing power of a labyrinth. Kathy hosts labyrinth events for us here at our EricsHouse property in Paradise Valley, Arizona. And they're very powerful events, and they're actually one of our most attended events. So Kathy, why don't I turn it over to you, and you can share a little bit about the labyrinth.
Thank you. The labyrinth. It is historic, it's ancient, and it has been healing through ancient times. And the way that it works is that it allows a pause and allows a contemplative time to reflect, to focus your energy, to slow your breath. It has the ability to heal and has been so for more than 4,000 years. The benefit of it is that in this context is it allows everybody to get into the potential and the question of healing and then walk the path, understand what's going on within their own self, and then come out of this path the same way that you went in, with a feeling of rejuvenation. It heals.
Well, I know when we do our full moon labyrinth walks, we have people that are walking together, and I've walked a labyrinth alone, which is very restorative. But I find that when you're walking it with others, especially those who are experiencing grief, it kind of helps bond everybody together.
I agree. I think it has a real community to it. Everybody has their own pace as they walk through this path, and the path is very specific. And the path goes very much in a swirl throughout the circular path, typically, going to the center. And then from the center in this balanced place, then you come back out again the same way you went in. That means that you're crossing path with other people. Some people are faster, some people are slower. And the honor of that community is part of that community energy. And in energy, we heal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and our labyrinth is located at the base of Mummy Mountain in Paradise Valley. And it's a beautiful, serene location where people can just come and sit and enjoy the desert. So there's something also about being in nature when you're walking a labyrinth.
And nature's part of the deal, because in the concept of grounding, it's actually a science of grounding and earthing, and NASA's been using this forever. That in having the electromagnetic field of the earth is part of the energy of healing altogether, and this is part of that.
Well, the other thing I wanted to mention about the labyrinth walks is sometimes we walk with candles to memorialize our loved ones. And I find that very powerful as well, because you have an intention. You have an intention for healing, or an intention for memorializing, or an intention to remember. And I think that when you're complete with that walk, you kind of have a sense of relief. Could you talk a little bit about the labyrinth and the idea of release, receive, and reflect?
Yes, and we are very conscious of doing that in this ceremony. We start by writing on a piece of paper an intention. It tells you a focus. It gives you a thought that is tangible. And in that way, we develop the beginning of releasing. Carrying the candle through is just seeing the light and a focus of energy, and it helps the feeling of solace as you walk through with the intention that you've already put on paper. So the releasing is really important, because it helps to get it out of the mind a little bit, get it out of the body a little bit, and walk through that to help you heal in that way. From that place into this, when we get to the center has an idea and concept of the actual receiving new information. So we have a very high spiritual, energetic place of solace. And at that entrance at the very center of the thing is a place of pause. With that in mind, waiting until you're ready, and then walking the path back out the same way you came, you then are in a position of reflection as you return to the outside. And in that reflection, then we have another concept of healing all the way through. At the end of the event, we burn it into the fire and let it go to the ethers and have that cemented in as a new way of being for the moment.
Yeah, it's sort of like the idea of just letting your intention rise up. Yeah. It's very beautiful. Now, one of the things that makes our labyrinth events different is the fact that we have a gong.
Yes.
Kathy actually plays the gong. It's a beautiful symphonic gong. Talk to us a little bit about how you use that during the labyrinth walks.
We have chosen at EricsHouse to combine the labyrinth with the full moon and with the gong. The gong is a metallic instrument. It is made of several alloys that is individually hammered in, basically. It's molded and hammered in. And it's made one by one. And this particular one is made in Germany. It's called a symphonic gong because when it's played, it resonates all the sounds that you could imagine. People hear birds and they hear concerts and they hear the church. Everything is in that sound, depending on what you need to hear, I think. But it's really an important instrument. It has been studied in vitro, meaning in the petri dish. It's been studied to actually disrupt and kill cancer cells. So it's interesting studies that have been done on small scale, but in practicality, it actually helps to go into each individual cell and heal from the inside, cell by cell. It heals the emotions. It heals the entire body. It works on blood pressure. It works on immune system. It is one of the most powerful healing modalities available. Add that to the labyrinth, and we have the opportunity to be at calm to accept such healing, and people love it.
Yeah, people do love it. In fact, I think that is one of the things they love most about it. There's not a lot of labyrinths that are public that you can go to and walk, but there's very few places that actually incorporate the healing power of a gong into the walking meditation. I think that makes the EricsHouse events special. And, we generally have a little bit of a get-together after our events where people can talk and share about their experiences, perhaps share some of the challenges that they're going through. And we like that because we know that it helps people heal, but it also helps bind us together as a community. Kathy talked a little bit about crossing each other during the walk as you walk the path. And that also helps to bind us together as a community. And, in that sense, we're here to support and hold space for each other as we walk our journey.
And it's real important too that we end with the community, and that part of it is putting your note that you have written down, the intention, into the fire and observing the fire. It's a beautiful light. And then we have a song April sings at the end, and it's just lovely energetically all the way around. So it's just a moment in time to allow everything just to be steady, everything to be cleared for a little bit, and change the energy within and help to heal in all ways.
Yeah. Well, you are a wealth of knowledge, and you're also a healer.
Indeed.
We're very fortunate to have you on the team at EricsHouse. And yes, it's true. Kathy and I met in first grade.
Goodness.
Neither of us can actually remember that far back. But if you're in the Phoenix area or visiting from another state, please look us up on our website at ericshouse.org and look under the events page, and you'll find a listing of the dates where we actually hold our events. So that's it for the Labyrinth. Thank you very much for joining us, and we hope to see you soon.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. Well, that was Marianne Gouvet and Dr. Kathleen Benjamin Ricard sharing a little bit about the Labyrinth, which of course is here and available at EricsHouse. If you want to come and walk it, call the office and get an appointment, and you can do that. I'm here now with Robin Telly. She is the development director here at EricsHouse. She's going to be telling us a little bit more about where the money goes. Good to see you, Robin.
Hey, good to be here. Thank you so much for the invitation. What a great event. Oh my gosh, Marianne, what a celebration. I am loving every moment of the energy that's in this house. Thank you so much. I'm just super privileged and honored to be here, not only with this incredible group of people, but here on World Health Day, World Mental Health Day. That's so phenomenally important for us all when we're thinking about what's happening in our communities, what's happened during the pandemic, and as we reach into our next year, how we're all feeling. And I think it's a great time for us just to take pause and reevaluate where we are. And that's part of our purpose here today, is to let people know that we're here and we're here to help. but it does come with some assistance that's needed. So that's how I'm going to step in and chat with you for a while. My segment here is called Where Does the Money Go? I believe that we have to start off with where does the money come from? That's super important. Revenue streams for nonprofits are a big mix of their sustainability. Many times it comes from individual giving, from bequests, corporate contributions, foundation grants, private grants, government grants, fees for service, and then also product sales too in some cases. Here at EricsHouse, we have 4 revenue streams that we highly rely on. One is individual donations, which is why we're all here today, giving you all an opportunity to be part of this incredible community. Grants. We had someone step by this morning and from an agency and wanted to be part of the enthusiasm of helping people at EricsHouse. Service fees, which I believe are pretty self-explanatory, fee-paid services, and then also ticket sales when there are events. Many times there are costs that come along with those events. So those are the 4 streams that we have at EricsHouse now, and we will be expanding those in the future. So there'll be different ways that people can become involved with EricsHouse and to financially help us, because this all does come with a cost. We like to think that it's free, but it does come with a bit of a cost, and that's why we hope you can help us today. Okay.
And a great place to do that is right in the Give Butter link. That's wherever you're watching this. There's a Give Butter link. It's going to take you right to a website where you might be watching it there, but there's a big purple donate button. And that is how you can contribute individually to help EricsHouse meet its goals.
Yeah, that's great. I love that. It's not too hard. Finger, button, mouse, whatever it may be. And if you want to, we can even give you a shout out. So if you want us to share with other folks that you are part of this incredible community, let us know. Rob will be more than happy to share the great news, and we're delighted that you would be able to join us. So we're just going to take a second or two, and we're going to take a look at an average dashboard for EricsHouse and its allocations. I selected July because it was just more recent for us, but we do have a budget of about $250,000. So let's take a look and see how all of that funding is allocated out. It basically lives in 3 buckets. One is program expenses. I think people relatively understand what that is. Management and general expenses. Many times people just refer to that as admin when we're talking about budgets. And then there's also a fundraising expense, and that does not get rolled into our admin for these purposes as we're monitoring and working on our budget. So the programs and services are really the why. Why do we do what we do? And this is why EricsHouse exists. These are the dollars that are directly invested into the work we do to help us carry out the core functions of the organization, to help our folks who come to us, to heal, to have hope. You've heard these incredible testimonies today. I don't know about you, but my heart has been completely moved by this. And that core work of what we're doing, I know that there are more folks out there. Share this information with people. It's so incredibly important. Within that bucket of programs and services, you've heard a little bit about this today. Jamie probably shared it with you earlier. Grief companioning. There's training that comes with that. That does need some investment. We also have our support groups, a wide variety of needs that we have within programs and services to really help those folks who have come to us hurting and looking for that healing. Management and admin, that's really the how. How do we function? There is a cost that comes with that. So whether it's building, maintenance, facilities, postage, our website, there are some costs that are really bundled up into that management. And then fundraising, I always like to tell people you got to spend money to make a little money. Yep. I think any good business owner would realize that. But if you take a look at our pie chart that we have here, you'll see that the greatest percentage of our dollars are invested in our program. We are highly mission-centric here. That's where your dollars are primarily going. And then you'll see it's a small amount. It's less than 20%. 9% will go to our general admin that we have, which is very important for functioning. You got to pay the utilities somehow. That's where it happens. And then also for our fundraising. And really, any of you can be involved in our fundraising. If you are looking for an opportunity to be involved in that way, give me a call. Rob, say my name again. Yep. I'm Robin Tully, more than happy to do that. But I'm delighted to be here with you today. If you ever have any questions or if you would like a tour of Eric's house at some point in the future, I am here and I'm available. I would love to share with you about what this wonderful community does and how you can be involved.
Amazing. Thank you so much. That was Robin Telly. Anything else? Do we get all your slides?
Yeah, we did.
We did. Okay.
I'm super simple.
You did an amazing job. And the thing that really lands with me is the idea here that we've got 83% going to actual programs.
Yes.
It's actually going to helping people, which is amazing. And I know, we have a whole house here, and it does cost some money to operate this and to have people in and out and to keep things sanitary and all of that. And so thank you so much for putting this together. Once again, of course, if you want to help with any of this, it's at the Give Butter link that's right in the description below, right below wherever you're watching this. It's super easy. If you've already contributed, we'd appreciate a share, a like, a thumbs up, drop a comment down below, and that will help the algorithms across the internet communicate the message beyond. Very much appreciate it. Thank you so much, Robin.
Thank you so much. And can I just say, hey, a big thank you to everyone out there who is watching this today, sharing it with people. But thank you so much to those so many donors who are supporting us. We can't say thank you enough. And our heart is big and our heart is full.
Yes, thank you so much for that. And we're going to jump into our next segment. I want to introduce you to this gentleman, Dr. Wolfelt, founder of the Center for Loss and Life Transition. And you've heard his name already today in the presentation, saying that we use a lot of his materials, a lot of his coaching and training to help other people, in their journey. And so he's got a message here for EricsHouse. Let's listen to Dr. Wolfelt.
I'm Dr. Alan Wolfelt. I'm the director of the Center for Loss and Life Transition, located in the foothills just west of Fort Collins, Colorado. What a privilege to be asked by the folks at EricsHouse to speak a little bit about how they're making use of my companioning model of grief care. As you probably know, EricsHouse is a nonprofit organization that uses an integrative model of supporting people, particularly those affected by suicide death and overdose deaths. And I am, again, privileged that they're making use of my philosophy and practice of not treating people, but companioning people. How did I come to know the folks at EricsHouse and be a supporter of their very important mission? Mary Ann reached out to me and has participated and become one of our graduates in our Death and Grief Studies certification, as well as April and other people who are currently going through our trainings. We're just so excited to have them putting to use in practical ways our heart-based, compassionate model of grief care. How does my companioning model interface with the mission of EricsHouse? Well, I just really appreciate that they resonated as they learn more about it, the important distinction we make between treating people in grief versus companioning them. As you may know, the word treat comes from a Latin root word tracture, and it literally means to drag. If you were to combine that with the word patient, I'd remind you that patient means passive, long-term sufferer. So if we treat patients, we drag passive, long-term sufferers. Of course, the last thing a bereaved person, remembering that bereavement means to be torn apart and to have very special needs, the last thing that a bereaved person needs is to be treated, to be dragged. Instead, we know by its nature that grief is recursive, it's slow, it calls out for convalescence. So we need to match up our caregiving models with that reality that when you're bereaved and torn apart, people need to come alongside you, not drag you forward, but understand the need that is required related to making that distinction between a treater and a companion. Very briefly, I won't read all of my 11 tenets to you, but I thought it might be helpful to just introduce a few of those so that there's an understanding of that critically important distinction. A companion knows that their role is to come along beside someone, to be present to another person's pain, to not take pain away. Companioning metaphorically is about going to the wilderness of another human being's soul and not thinking you're responsible for finding the way out. Companioning is about honoring the spirit, not about focusing on the intellect. I often say you can't think through loss. You literally do, in fact, have to go from head to heart and feel your way through loss. Companioning is about listening with the heart. It's not about analyzing with the head. Companioning is about bearing witness to the struggle of others not judging or directing those struggles. And I'll just mention one more. Companioning, of course, is about walking alongside. It's not about leading. The true expert of grief is the mourner. And the central tenet of a companioning model is to honor that reality, to enter into their phenomenological reality, that when they teach you what they're experiencing, to affirm that on any path to their ability to integrate that loss into their life. So again, that's a very brief introduction to the model, the philosophy, and then we teach through 150 hours of study how to take that philosophy and put it into caregiving action, to not just have a body of knowledge about grief, but to actually have the companioning skills needed to truly support somebody physically, cognitively, emotionally, socially, and spiritually. My hope is that you will be supportive to finding people in your area who might benefit from the services of EricsHouse and let them know about them as a viable resource for people needing to take their grief and allow it to become authentic mourning. What's that distinction? You know, oftentimes people use those words synonymously. You need to grieve or you need to mourn. Grief is your internal response. Mourning, in contrast, is the shared social response. EricsHouse, as I've come to know the people and the place, has created a place of sanctuary where people can disengage from normal demands and give attention to the need to openly and authentically take their grief from the inside to the outside. That's how we integrate loss into our lives. And they do that in the foundation of hospitality, best defined years ago by Henry Nouwen, who said hospitality is where people come together who may initially be strangers and they become friends and they walk alongside each other and they honor the need again to openly and to honestly mourn. So again, if you find it this mission is something that you would like to contribute to or to be a part of or to be supportive of or to refer people to, I can't encourage you enough to reach out to my good friends at EricsHouse and be a part of helping people in the general Phoenix area, regionally and even beyond that, get the help that they both need and that they deserve. Thank you very much. I hope to have the opportunity to meet you at some point.
Incredible message there from Dr. Wolfelt. We are so grateful to have that endorsement from him. If you don't know Dr. Wolfelt, all of those books that were behind him, he wrote all of those. He's world-renowned in the grief space, and so very, very nice message. Thank you, Dr. Wolfelt, for saying that about EricsHouse and for that endorsement. We have next, in our next segment, we're going to be hearing from Greg Eckerman, my father, and Paul Rosenfeld, two guys in the men's group. Talked about the men's group a little bit earlier, sort of the idea that people in different demographics or different groups, different buckets, grieve differently. And men, I've found personally, I've experienced this myself, I think I grieve a little bit differently than maybe women do. And so I want to introduce you to this segment that is all about men and grieving. It's with Greg Eckerman and Paul Rosenfeld. They're going to share a conversation that they had with us next.
Hi, everyone. I'm Greg Eckerman, one of the co-founders of EricsHouse. I have the great pleasure today to introduce you all to Paul Rosenfeld, who's one of our EricsHouse members. And Paul, I'll never forget when we first met. It was a phone meeting. I was preparing for our spring men's group, and Marianne told me about this guy that she'd just spoken to, and she kind of went through the litany of your losses and the things you were going through, and it was just staggering. And I was so, I like to speak with anybody who's considering, coming into the men's group so they understand what it's about and how, how we run these closed groups. And I just felt so intimidated. It was, your losses are just overwhelming. So why don't we start with you introducing yourself and tell us a little bit about what you've gone through. I guess it's all pretty much in the last 12 months, right? Or close, maybe a little more than that.
Yeah. Thanks, Greg. Yeah, so in August of 2020, Zach, my 21-year-old son, passed suddenly from an undiagnosed heart condition where both of his valves were on one side of his heart, and there were no symptoms up until then. And then that February of this year, I actually got diagnosed with prostate cancer. And in May of this year, Ivana, my son, took his life. And 16 days later, I had my prostate removed. And then right after that, I had the world's worst panic attack, or at least that's what I thought. And then I found my way to Greg and Marianne through a mutual friend, Michelle Moore, which I'm incredibly thankful for. So yes, Greg, it's been a year I wouldn't put on anyone.
I just can't imagine. I mean, not to devolve into any kind of biblical references, but felt pretty Jobian to me.
Me too.
I can't imagine. I was so happy to know that you were in a place where you felt like you could sort of stick your neck out and join us in the men's group. So when I was asked for this fundraiser to talk about men in grief and what's different about how men grieve and women grieve, I actually thought of you right away because, well, for a couple of reasons. One is that I think it's inspirational that you still kept it together after everything you've gone through. But beyond that, as I recall, when you first joined us, you, like me, when I at an early stage in my grief journey, were pretty much a stereotypical man coming into one of these circumstances. You really weren't entirely sure you wanted to be there, and the way it came across and the things that you were struggling with was totally understandable. But there's a lot of guys out there like us, and even though this is a stereotype, like a lot of stereotypes, it works pretty well statistically. I mean, most guys kind of fall into a category like this. So I wanted to kind of look at that side of your experience. The stereotype for men is that we tend to internalize our grief. We get bought into this thing that we're raised with, right? Man up, suck it up, move on, try to maintain control at all costs, and typically wind up, burying ourselves in work so that we've got some relief from the grief, which is still all bottled up. So if you would share some of your experiences with that, and especially in the context of coming into the men's group.
Yeah. And I think I did fit a lot of those stereotypes, maybe not all, and maybe not as much as others. I don't know, maybe it feels that way. One of the main reasons that I was, let's say, behaving or acting the way you're saying, Greg, is because the losses were just so fresh. So that was just on top of everything you're saying, Greg. But it's really hard to go through a journey with any support group or any therapist or your friends and family. There's these different stages of grief, and I was certainly, and still am, I think, in many ways at the earliest stages. And those early stages, as you know, are things like you're. The other thing, though, I think really pertinent to what you're saying is I was very fortunate and blessed in one way. I don't think so in most ways, but in this way, when I came to Arizona, which was still early, very early, it was just a little over a month after Ivana passed. I had what I can only call a mystical experience at the top of a mountain as I was hiking with our mutual friend, Michelle. And for 3 hours on the way down the mountain, I can honestly say here that I was transformed in many ways. still a journey. It's probably, the very beginning of that journey. But afterward, I'm not the same person. And a lot of what happened for me was this upwelling, if you will, of feelings that, a lot of the negative emotions that we have, the shame and the guilt and the anger, the things that we repress, whether it's a man or a woman, but I think, like you're saying, Greg, definitely, probably more men. They were released. My children were with me on that mountain. I was very blessed for that. And I wound up having very different set of feelings by the time the whole episode ended. Things like bliss and joy and peace, a lot of peace. And a big part of that experience was, a very big part of it was a reflection that I just was not alone. I played in my head spontaneously all the people that helped me get to that point of this upwelling, people like Greg and Marianne and Michelle, and all the other people in my life, my friends and my family and my children. And I knew we were all connected, whether it was in this world or the next world. And that really gave me a level of energy and frankly, motivation that I know many of us just don't have, but it gave me that energy to keep going, to continue being open and reaching out, to sharing what happened. And I wish that on everybody that is, especially to your point, Greg, men who are sitting there by themselves and feeling like we all have to take it alone.
And as I recall, Paul, that, from our conversation in our men's group, the men's groups become kind of an interesting little micro community, I think, in many ways. And as I recall, that was a big change for you, that sort of opening to your spiritual side, to even be able to embrace the idea that that your kids are still with you and that you have an ongoing relationship with them. And, we see a lot of that. It seems like most people fall into one of two camps. Are either, really angry with God, or maybe have turned their backs on any concept of a higher power or life after this life, or they dive into it and just sort of completely immerse themselves and almost to the point where that becomes their whole frame of reference for their grief. But I wanted to kind of take a step back and talk a little bit about the men's group, because that's one of my objectives for our conversation, is to kind of explain to people, to men that might be considering this, that it's probably a more viable option than they may first realize. And especially if you've never been in that kind of relationship with a small group of men. We typically we meet for 9 sessions once a week. And in the course of that, of course, we're all peers, I guess. We've all had major loss. Typically we've lost either a child or a sibling, and it's rocked us to our core. And so that that allows us to kind of all start on a similar level. But your case was interesting because your grief was so fresh, and that that was another thing that I found just very impressive. I remember in my case, I wasn't in a position to do something like join a men's group probably for the first year of our loss. And I get the question a lot, is this too soon for me to join a men's group? And I never know what to say, because I can't answer that. We're all different, and our grief journeys are all unique. But I'm so glad that you were able to put yourself in a position to do that, and kind of open up to the group over the course of the 9 weeks. I really felt in that particular group, we connected, and we opened up to one another, supported one another. It was really interesting. And then your trip to Arizona, as I recall, was probably what, 2/3 of the way through that men's group, something like that. It was still very early for you.
It was early.
Yeah. I just, I love that story, by the way, that the literal going to the mountain, it is it's a classic metaphor, but it's a beautiful story. And you could see it in your demeanor immediately. We spoke the next week. It was really dramatic. I wonder if you could just briefly kind of recap some of the aside from the men's group, some of the services that EricsHouse provided that were of benefit to you.
Sure. Well, to your first point, the group itself was very helpful. I think when things are fresh, and even if they're not, we all have a tendency, and like we talked about, especially men, to bottle things up. And ultimately, grief, as opposed to mourning, right? Mourning external is the external expression of grief being internal. It's something that I think our predisposition is to bottle it up and not talk about it. And if we're going to heal, I mean, I've learned, unfortunately, that you have to get this out. It just has to come out. It could come out through writing. It could come out through talking with others. I saw my ex-wife, the way she was handling things. And so much of it was talking with our friends and family, just so much of it. Mm-hmm. And I wasn't like that exactly. It wasn't the same way. The support group was a big part of helping me. And it's just so easy to shut people out and to shut out the world, and to know that there's a weekly session and that there's other guys like me. And then you get on the call, it's like a goal, maybe goal's the wrong word. It's a forcing mechanism. It's a forcing mechanism, because if you don't have them, I'm sure, unfortunately, many of us on the call, you can curl up in a ball on the couch and really wither away. You want to, with all the feelings that well up, you just really want to. So I think having that forcing function is important, but also what the support group really was helpful for was just hearing that there are other people in similar situations, and the pain, unfortunately, that we're all sharing. And I'll tell you, whatever stereotypes that people have about men were really blew me away in that support group. And even for me, and I think I'm in many ways pretty open, maybe because some of the guys were farther along, maybe just because they're human beings that really needed to get out what they're feeling. But it was really helpful for me to hear what they're going through, to understand that we're all doing this, we're all in this terrible journey together, and get that support that way. But that wasn't where, as you know, Greg, that wasn't where the services from EricsHouse ended. In fact, one of the biggest things I give credit to is Jamie Silver, who was helping with tapping. And when I came to Arizona, I think it was Marianne. She's like, I want you to meet with this woman, Jamie. I didn't know why. I was open to anything, right? Anything that can help me with my pain. And it was really terrible. I mean, I was just at the lowest of low points. I just had that panic attack that I told you about, and I had a feeling of overwhelm that I just knew at that moment. I thought I really did let go. I never understood the concept of letting go until it happened to me. It wasn't an intellectual thing. It just happened. I just knew that I wasn't up to the task of surviving this without help. And that's what brought on the panic attack. And when I went to Arizona and met with Jamie, I'm like, who are you? And what are you going to do to help me? And she is such a wonderfully warm soul. And we instantly bonded. And I looked at that first tapping session as kind of opening the door. It cracked open the door from my grief and pain. And 2 days later is when, as I say, I went to the mountain. And were it, I think, not for what Jamie helped me do. And in that first session, it was also miraculous. So I give a lot of credit to Jamie, who I'm still in touch with on a regular basis as well.
I remember we were talking about, you also did some grief companioning.
I did.
with Marianne and me. And I remember as we were talking, you were saying, "Hey, I'm going to try this tapping thing. Sounds a little woo-woo, but what have I got to lose?" And that's right. You know, it's I guess you look at the array of losses we encounter when we lose someone we love so much to one of these tragic causes, that you sort of feel like, well, what the heck? I'm willing to try anything that helps me deal with this. And I think that's what brings a lot of, especially of men. I know I'm stereotyping. I should say I've met a number of women who grieve in a very masculine fashion as well. And I've met some men who are able to kind of tap into their feminine side as they deal with their grief. So it is a stereotype, but it does work for a lot of us. So Paul, you've been inspirational in a lot of ways for me, and a big part of it is to know, we keep in touch periodically to hear how you have continued to kind of progress and focus on self-care and dealing with your cancer issues and sort of with the world at large, and with one of those big ripple effect losses that I was talking about is that many of us find that values and priorities that we held before no longer hold the same place, and that that part of what we're free to do is to examine what we really care about in life, and how we define ourselves. So I'm wondering if we could kind of wrap up here and just kind of hear a little bit about what you're going through now.
Sure. Yeah, I think we all know that when something like this happens, your identity of who you are just gets shot, and just shot. It's just the biggest part of us living is not there anymore. And at the same time, I think I had an even extra burden in that I'm still right now fighting cancer. So the surgery was not successful. It's still there. And I'm having to deal with both the grief and the loss of my children, as well as trying to survive. And all the while asking myself the question, do I really want to? Like, what's the... And when you don't have your identity as a parent anymore, it's easy to say this, but I am proud of a little bit toward figuring out that question about, what purpose should I still have? I essentially went on disability for the first time. Never would imagine that I'd be the kind of person to take disability up. It's, I think, another aspect of us feeling like we should get support when we need it. That's what it's there for. I moved from California to Florida to a place where my friends and family are here to surround me even more. I always had this every morning I'd wake up and go to some Greasy Spoon diner after walking on the beach and have coffee with all the old timers, and we'd sit and we'd read the paper and we'd bullshit. And no time like the present. I think another thing that the other aspect I think of identity that's changed a lot is me reaching for a higher purpose. And I know what my children would wish for me, which is to be happy, but also to continue the things that were important to them. Things like the nonprofits and the organizations that they cared the most about. So in tandem with not working in my job any longer, and essentially on my way to giving up my 30-year career in technology, and a successful one that made a lot of money, I just realized that stuff's just not really important anymore. And maybe I'm blessed at this point to have the opportunity to pursue other paths, but we all have needs and wants. And I think now it's easy for me to see what's more important, maybe too late, but better late than never. So it is a journey to figure out, how to move on and go on. And there's a lot of different ways that I've been trying to tackle it. Some successful, some not. But I feel like we all have to go through that.
Well, Paul, it has been great catching up with you. I always feel like when we talk, I always come away from our conversations with some fresh insights and a real feeling of gratitude. So thank you, and thank you for sharing your story. I've really enjoyed this. I think we should do it again. We'll follow the next phase.
I mean, I have nothing but the most grateful feelings for you and Marianne and Jamie and the whole organization. I can claim as of today, were it not for this organization, I don't know that I'd be here. Were it not for coming to Arizona and participating in the services that you have, and for my beautiful friend Michelle, and for her introducing me, and just thank you.
Well, thank you. Take care.
All right. Well, that was another amazing conversation. That was Greg Eckerman and Paul Rosenfeld. And we are, obviously you can see my mother's back in the picture. Marianne Gouveia is here with us. She's got a stack of something. I've got a couple stacks of note, what are these, sticky notes. And so we've got a couple updates. So our first update, let's go. We've got some donors that came in. We have Cindy and Craig Thorson donated $50. Thank you, Cindy and Craig.
Thank you.
We have Lisa G donated $100. Thank you, Lisa G. Appreciate that. And William Metzler with a $500 dono, which is a very nice one, very nice one. So thank you to everybody for those very generous donations. Right on. We have an international donation that also came in. We have Marissa from Mexico donated $100.
Wow, great. Thank you, Marissa. Thank you.
Yes, and it's a good time to note that, yes, we can serve people internationally, right? We can do a lot of telecommuting and Zoom meetings and things like that. We have a global EricsHouse family. So thank you very much, Marissa. Mother, what do you have for us?
Well, that's an important point. EricsHouse is based in the United States. We support people in 8 different states across the United States, but we also support people in Mexico, Canada, and most recently in the UK. So the services can be in person or they can be virtual. Wherever you are, we can get you the help that you need.
That's right.
Okay, we talked about a couple of giveaways through some of the segments, so I'd like to announce a few of them. All right, during the Reiki session, the winner is Kristen Paulin with a $500 donation.
That was Kristen Paulin. All right, very good.
Thank you, Kristen.
Thank you, Kristen.
Yay! And the top donor during our Labyrinth segment is Kareem Dahel. And Kareem, I apologize if I'm mispronouncing it, either Dahel or Dahel, but whatever it is, thank you so much for your donation. We really appreciate you. So, and then we have another donation. And that donation comes from Kim Hamilton in the amount of $6,000.
Whoa. Amazing.
And she is also a recipient of a free Reiki session with Jean Niktakis.
Wow.
Kim, thank you. We love you.
Amazing.
Friday.
And so so I think this is the total. We're up to at 2:33 p.m. We've got 2.5 hours left to go. We're at $45,365.
Yay, we're almost halfway there.
We're almost halfway there. We're about halfway through today. And so we're on target, I think. I think so. I think we're moving along quite nicely. And so once again, if you're looking for any way to help, the best place to do that is follow the link in the description below to Give Butter, where you can see the big purple donate button. Your financial contributions are very much appreciated. And if you've already done that and you're looking for a little extra oomph, you can share this, you can like this video, you can comment on it, you can text a friend, you can just rally everybody in your local community. You can shake your partner next to you and say, hey, get over there. And everybody can get involved with supporting EricsHouse. Of course, we very much appreciate it. And we want to share with you on the next segment here a testimonial from Kim about
from Kim. Yeah,
herself about sort of what happens here. Let's jump in. Here is Kim.
My name is Kim, and a year and a half ago, in March of 2020, I lost my amazing wife of 25 years to suicide. And I have to say, at the time, it was like a rip current just dragging me in to complete darkness. And I didn't know what was up. I didn't know what was down. I didn't know if I would survive. And truthfully, at that time, I really just didn't care. And then I like to kind of put it like a hand reached down, right? And gently lifted me to the surface where I could breathe. And that hand was EricsHouse. And by EricsHouse, I mean Marianne, and I mean Jean, and I mean the volunteers, and I mean other lost survivors. They all lifted me up till I was kind of ready to start walking and taking my journey, walking down my path. And it is, to say the least, was a tough year and a half. And there were times I definitely wanted to give up. And I did, because I suddenly realized when my wife died that there was no promise of tomorrow. And I wasn't sure how to face that. But what was amazing is EricsHouse, all those people in those moments had probably more of a belief in my abilities to survive than I did. And so I fed off that, and that let me start my journey. And they supported me with such gentleness as I took my steps forward. What I can say is at all times and without fail, everyone, and I mean everyone at EricsHouse surrounded me with love and kindness and support and friendship. And they walked with me from the beginning to today, and I truly believe going forward. And now that I look forward, right? I laugh more, I smile more, and I do that because they help me realize that my wife is still with me, just not in person. So I look forward with a hope and a drive and a passion to be that same kind of hand for someone else who is a lost survivor and help them out of that darkness. And to honor my wife and our relationship, I would be immensely grateful and truly blessed to spend the very rest of my life walking side by side with other lost survivors, so they never feel alone. And that is exactly what EricsHouse has done for me. Thank you.
That was Kim. Such a powerful testimonial. Thank you, Kim. We're very honored that you're a part of this community and looking forward to many of those years together supporting one another. And so that was an amazing testimonial. We're going to move on, and we've got, let's see what's coming up next. We have, yes, Jill McMahon, who's going to be sharing with us a message about supporting friends. Jill was somebody who was very instrumental in my own journey, in my recovery. Have had many, many sessions with Jill, and so we love her to death. We're grateful for her support here and for the message that she's sharing with EricsHouse. Let's hear what she has to say.
Well, Well, hi, everyone. I'm Marianne, and I'm one of the co-founders of EricsHouse. And I'm here today with a very special person, Jill McMahon. Welcome, Jill.
Good morning.
We can call her Jilly.
Call me whatever you'd like, my dear.
Jill is a licensed mental health practitioner. She's a licensed counselor, and she's been involved with EricsHouse since our inception in 2017. And she was my first stop in my grief journey after I lost Eric. Jill is located here in Phoenix, Arizona, and for the last 17 years, she has specialized in working with people who are bereaved by suicide. And I know that for many people who experience suicide, it's very different than other types of losses. And so working with somebody like Jill, who has experience in that particular type of loss, can be very beneficial. So welcome again, Jill.
Thank you.
Today, we're going to talk about how to help someone who is impacted by suicide. Many times we hear, well, there just are no words to express what we're going through.
Right.
But there are some tips and things to consider when you have a friend who lost someone. And there's some things that you can say, and then we'll also share some things that perhaps are not as helpful. So why don't we start with some statistics?
Do it.
You know, almost 50,000 people have died by suicide. It's the 10th leading cause of death. And in 2019, there were 1.4 million suicide attempts. So this is the type of loss that affects everyone. And there's a lot of taboo and stigma attached to this type of loss.
Absolutely.
So why don't I turn it over to you, Jill, and why don't we start with some of the things that might be helpful to say to a friend.
Well, my dear, I know that I've done this work for almost 20 years now. So a lot of what I have learned about what works for a survivor and what doesn't work for a survivor actually comes from the survivor itself. There is a lot of frustration in feeling so alone in this grief. Not only are they mourning, grieving, desperate, traumatized, but they feel very, very alone. And often that is validated by the comments that their neighbors or their friends or their coworkers will make to them mistakenly after having experienced a loss. So, typically people don't know how to deal with discomfort. We are horrible grievers in this country to start with. So out of our discomfort and not knowing how to address or respond to a mom or a wife or a grandfather, we may choose not to say anything at all about their loss. Yeah. And what that actually ends up doing is really only making that lost survivor feel even more abandoned, left behind, or alone.
Yeah, very isolating.
Very much so, right? So I think I would always implore those people that are really concerned or really want to help to actually talk about the person that's been lost. Don't be afraid to say, tell me about Eric.
Right.
Don't be afraid to say, no, really, how are you today? Right. I can handle it if you tell me. Instead, what I think we see most of all is that your coworker or your neighbor, when they see you walking down the street, will instead avert eye contact, look down at the ground, or look over, all of a sudden, start taking this phone call that they've just received. Right. It's just out of fear. We don't know how to sit in discomfort.
Yeah, that's a great point. I think for many of the people that were supporting me after Eric died, they just didn't know what to say. Right. And they were afraid to say anything because they thought perhaps it's going to make me feel bad.
Exactly.
So I love your point about being sure to say the person's name.
How hurtful for a mother or anybody for that extent to have this belief that the moment that their person died, the whole world forgot about them.
Right.
And that isn't the message that we as non-grievers are attempting to send, but that is the message that is being sent.
Absolutely.
When we're afraid to talk about our person. I would also implore anybody who has come across a survivor of suicide or knows anybody in their life that has experienced this loss, don't ask what happened.
Absolutely.
It doesn't matter.
Right.
And although your intentions may be innocent, to a survivor, it just feels like you want to know the story.
Yeah.
Right? Like your curiosity is what is taking center stage instead of just the pain of the absence.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. And I did have that experience where somebody said, what was it like when you found him? What happened? What led up to it? And for me, it was just too, deeply painful for me to even be able to talk about it. So yeah, I think that's another really good point.
So follow the survivor's lead.
Right.
Right?
Okay, yeah.
So there are some survivors, and I know that you've met them, that really need to reiterate, regurgitate what I always say, vomit out their story, because that is healing and that is helpful for them. So if the opposite is true and your neighbor or your coworker or your cousin needs to share the story over and over again, just sit with them and listen to it and be ready to take it on if you can hold it over and over again, knowing that you're helping them cleanse, you are helping them heal.
Yeah.
One thing that I think everybody has heard is, oh, I understand.
Right.
I lost my grandfather last year, so
Right.
I understand what it was like for you to lose your boyfriend to suicide.
Right. And that in working with our clients here at EricsHouse, we hear that all the time, that people are being supported, but their friends don't really understand what they're going through, and often the people that love you and support you are also hurting with you, but they just want the old you back. They just want you to get back to normal.
Exactly.
And this idea of getting back to normal after a suicide is hard for a loss survivor to digest. I mean, you can't imagine that your life's ever going to get back to normal.
And what is normal?
What is normal?
Right?
Exactly.
Your world has been shaken. The foundation of everything you knew has been eternally cracked. So normal doesn't exist anymore, right? You are who you are at your core, and that man or woman will resurface again, but normal no longer exists, right? So kind of what I'm hearing you say is there's this urge at times for the griever to take care of those people around them and to help them understand their pain and their loss. And that is the very last thing that we would want the newly bereaved to feel like they have to do for us. So it's really just sit with them. I say the number one piece of advice that I give to others that are attempting to support somebody that has experienced this trauma is just to listen.
Yeah.
Don't try to fix.
Yeah.
Because we as survivors don't think that this can be fixed.
Right.
And honestly, it can't be fixed. We can heal.
Right.
Don't try to make it better. Don't try to, those comments that we've heard over and over again, well, he's in a better place. Or thank goodness you have another child. Or you're young enough that you'll be able to find another partner someday.
Right.
Those are all just, again, discomforts that you're holding in your gut and in your belly and your way of attempting to help or fix, when really we just want eye contact, understanding and patience of I don't understand.
Yeah.
I don't, and I can't understand, but I'm not leaving your side. And I will be here. Maybe if you don't want me here right now, I'll be here in 4 weeks, and I'll be here in 12 weeks.
Right.
And if you're ready to talk about it, I'm ready to listen.
There's also this idea that sometimes the loss survivor doesn't want to talk. Sometimes we just want to be alone with our grief so that we can process it and understand and envision what life is going to be like next. And, we don't want anybody to feel bad when a loss survivor says, you know, it's not a good time for me to talk right now, but thank you. Thank you. When I'm ready to talk, I'll let you know. And in that case, just acknowledge them and acknowledge that they're hurting, and just be ready to support them whenever they need you.
That's powerful,
Yeah.
Marianne. That's very powerful.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, because I know in my case, and we hear it a lot from our clients at EricsHouse, that I just want to be alone. And I think that's a really valid point for...
So think back to the beginning. Did you know what you needed in the beginning?
Absolutely not.
And how many times did you lovingly receive that question, what can I do for you?
Right.
What do you need?
Right. Well, I received it a lot, and I did have quite a bit of support.
But at that time, I will say that our brains, or the brains of anybody who's experienced a trauma, they're scrambled eggs. It's
Yeah.
the best analogy
Well,
I can use,
that's
right?
that's exactly right.
I'm not, I can't tell you what I need. I can't tell you what I want right now because I'm just trying to breathe. And if I get dressed today and I return 2
Right.
phone calls, and I'm talking 3 months out from a loss, then I've had a hell of a day. Right. So I will either let you know when I'm ready to talk. It's powerful if a survivor can say that, but oftentimes survivors can't. So I just implore those that want to be supportive to just be patient.
Right.
And just because a survivor doesn't want to talk in the beginning doesn't mean that 6 weeks out or 12 weeks out, you can't circle back and check in then, because the brain is a little less scrambled eggs at month 3.
Yeah, exactly. I love that analogy, scrambled eggs. We often describe it as complete chaos. Our world has been turned upside down. So just acknowledge that that's where the loss survivors are, and there's no timeline. There's no specific way for one person to heal. Everybody's unique in their grief. And so I love the final comment about just being able to be patient and just allow that person to be with their grief and support them wherever you can. Perfect. Well, you can see why we love Jill at EricsHouse. She's a wealth of knowledge. And today is World Mental Health Day, October 10th, and it's also the day of our annual fundraiser. And if you would like to make a donation, we would love you to make a donation so that we can continue our work in helping loss survivors heal. And you can do so at www.ericshouse.org or givebutter.com/EricsHouse. So thank you very much. I hope that this has been helpful for you, and have a great day.
Jill McMahon and Marianne Gouveia. Of course, Jill McMahon has been very instrumental in a lot of things taking place here at EricsHouse, and also my life personally. So thank you very much, Jill. Next up, we have a testimonial from a client, former client here. Her name is Grace, and she's going to tell us a little bit about CJ. Here is Grace.
Hi, my name is Grace. My brother CJ passed away about a year ago. He is the reason why I started going to EricsHouse. I was, and still am sometimes, in a blurry mindset. However, talking and having sessions with Marianne and Jean really helped me get through it and truly understand all of the messiness and the blurriness. It helped me see more clearly. Definitely helped me slow down and take a step back and realize what was happening with your mind, your heart, and how they're aligned. Those were definitely 2 major things I learned that needed to be connected more, especially in this time period of my life, and how having those aligned would affect my relationship with myself, with my brother, and with my friends and my family. I truly don't know if I would have been able to understand this on my own and just take that just to take that little extra few minutes out of your day to take a moment and realize who you are and what you're going through and how to get through it. Definitely having that time and that meditation will really help, especially journaling. I really enjoyed the journaling aspects, and I hope to continue to journal after my sessions. Those really help to write out your thoughts and get everything out in the open. Was really helpful through my journey with them. And I can't thank you, everyone from EricsHouse, for the welcoming invitation and to join everything. I loved it. Our family loved it. So thank you for everything.
Well, Tess. Well, thank you, Grace. Thank you for sharing all of that with us. And that was a very nice message. We're grateful that you are also here, a part of our community. We have next up a demonstration of breathwork. We are going to be hearing from Dr. Kathleen Benjamin Ricard. And a quick reminder that if you are a top donor in this segment, then you're going to receive a free session with Dr. Kathy. And that would be well worth your while, because she is very, very amazing. An amazing doctor, and particularly when it comes to breath work. I've learned a lot from her personally. I use a lot of these techniques in my life on a daily basis. And so let's hear from Dr. Kathleen Benjamin Ricard.
Hello, everyone. I'm Greg Eckerman, a co-founder of EricsHouse, and I'm here today with Dr. Kathleen Ricard, a DNP nurse practitioner with a specialization in natural medicine. Kathy is a big part of EricsHouse. She provides one-on-one support for our members, guides a variety of our mind, body, spirit healing practices, and also serves on our board. You may have recently seen a segment that Kathy did on our labyrinth.
Thank you.
Welcome. Kathy, I want to discuss the concept of breath work with you today and have you give us a brief demonstration. I'm very much a novice in this field. I do have some interest in it, and you and I have had some great conversations about it. I think every one of us gets the idea that breathing is important. You know, it's kind of number one on the hierarchy of needs. We don't make it very long without that. But you know, until fairly recently, I've never really been conscious of the need to breathe correctly, or the idea that there is a correct way to breathe. One of the things I've struggled with in my life is a tendency to mouth breathe. And although I'm quite confident I never snore, I'm pretty sure that if it did happen, it would be because I was mouth breathing at night. So I wonder if you could give us kind of a layman's explanation, not too deep in the science, because I know from personal experience you can go very deep in the science. But if you could just tell us why it's important to breathe correctly, and then and how to do that correctly, and then we'll kind of segue into a demonstration.
Okay, keep me clear on not going too technical. So here we go. So breathe, the breath. The breath is, of course, natural. It is something that we were taught, just breathe. There's just nothing about that. It's autonomic, meaning it's just automatic, and we thought that was the case. It turns out the yogis 2,000 years ago had another way of looking at it, and that they found a way to modify it just a little bit, or work with it a little bit to help modify or improve health. It turns out that it's bigger than that, because it works on the fight or flight mechanism, it works on anxiety, calms that down, it works on the immune system, it works on blood pressure, it works on all kinds of parts of ourselves. It can heal in so many ways. So my doctoral work ended up being on breathing techniques and physical health outcomes, meaning what beyond anxiety and depression could it help? And it had a plethora of things that it was able to accomplish just by changing the breath. So the breath basically in this context is to calm the body by dropping the shoulders, letting your diaphragm push down. In other words, filling the belly with the breath. Not that your belly gets full of breath, but you stretch out those ribs downward. By doing so, you allow the vagus nerve, our fight or flight nerve, to get a message from a different nerve called a phrenic nerve around the diaphragm. I know it's getting technical a little bit, but just basically there's a discussion from one nerve that makes you get out of the way of the car or not, and one nerve that allows the breath to be stretched. Those two communicate, and if everybody is listening to each other, the vagus nerve or the fight or flight nerve doesn't get a message that you have to get out of the way of the car. And if that's the case, it calms down, everybody else calms down, the body calms down, the nervous system calms down, and you heal. You have a chance to actually heal. That's the nutshell.
So I recall from one of our discussions that, and I'm going to drag you into some more technical stuff, but that one of the benefits of breathing through your nose is that it in the process of breathing stimulates the pineal gland. And so tell me why that's important.
So the nasal passages and the nerves that are in the nasal passages are sitting right below the pineal gland. The pineal gland is mandatory for the melatonin. In other words, a hormone that is a scavenger at night. That scavenger hormone called melatonin is housed from that pineal gland. That can be quietly accessed even during the day with the light shining. It can be accessed at any time by just allowing the body to have those scavenger called melatonin. Beyond that, the pineal gland is known as a seat of intuition. You can take that or leave it, but the energetically to just know things or to be able to be centered in yourself is housed there in the pineal gland. So being able to breathe in through the nose and out through the nose settles down the carbon dioxide in your body, settles down the diaphragm, calms the vagal nerve, settles everybody in, and you have the moment of pause to reset. And then you just, whatever time you just choose to do it, in my patients, I can do it, 5 breaths, and they totally change their face. They actually get rid of wrinkles. Their eyes are softer, and it can be done very quickly and very, very effectively.
So in my encounters with discussions about the right way to breathe, a lot of times it's been in context of meditation, trying to meditate, getting in the right frame of mind. So it's interesting to me that the way I interpret that discussion about breathing in and out through the nose is it's almost like you're continually sort of massaging your pineal gland. And I know I'm saying it wrong. But what's also interesting to me is when in the past, when people have attempted me to teach me to breathe correctly, a lot of times it's breathe in through the nose and out through the mouth, but that's not what you're advocating.
That is one way. I think that's fairly American, actually. I don't think other forms of this breathing technique are done that way. Exhaling through the mouth is fine, and there are actually some meditations that are specific to that. But it's for a different reason. It's a different kind of energy reason. In our world, with our high anxiety, just typically, and our fight or flight mechanism all the time, driving or eating toxic foods or whatever, we just don't give ourselves enough pause. And the pause is through the nose. And they found in research that people that breathe through their nose at night too were healthier. They tended not to have as many inflammatory problems as those that breathe through their mouth. So there was a lot of information that has been shown over time about the benefits of mouth or nose breathing in and out through the nose.
So that ties back to that snoring problem that I don't have. So let's take a few minutes here. If you would kind of walk us through what we're going to do as we practice breathing, and then perhaps all of us together can get in 5 good breaths.
I think that's a good idea. I want to also point out that I'm not, so the real point of meditation is actually focus. It is not absence of thought. The absence of thought is a byproduct, and that's where you get all kinds of relief. But a lot of people are very anxious about being absent in thought. They can't. Their mind just goes da 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 da. But all of our minds just spin like crazy all the time. So it's really about high focus. So instead of worrying about this being a meditative thing, I want you to focus. I want you to imagine. So we'll try it this way. I just want everybody to imagine that their shoulders never move through this process. That's probably the biggest story of all. I sometimes will do classes of this breath work where I'll make everybody look at everybody else's shoulder and tap on them when they do it, because that's our biggest problem. If you breathe like this, you're not going to drop that diaphragm and you're not going to calm the vagal nerve. So there's the basic of it. So in through the nose, and now we'll do the simplest of one, which is counting to 4, in, counting to 4, hold, counting out to 4, controlling it, and maybe even counting 4 with no breath at all. It just allows you to have control and watch it. So when you're watching it to start, the best way I know of is to watch as if you're seeing little bubbly molecules come in. And just imagine you got little bubbles that are going into your nose, inhaling to the count of 4. Hold to the count of 4 and imagine them going down to your belly button, because I really want you to spread out that belly and then expand those ribs as much as you can, keeping your shoulder down. After the 4 count, then you're going to exhale to the count of 4 and then watch them come out and be in front of you right here. And then wait, maybe not 4, but maybe you want to wait. The more you can understand the structure of how that goes in by 4, wait by 4, out by 4, and hold by 4, you're then watching it and controlling it. And what they say in meditation is that when you're here, out here, and watching those bubbles there, and here, watching the bubbles in the belly, there's your meditative point. So you accidentally run into it anyway, and it doesn't have to be hard. So I think what we'll do is we'll just do a couple of breaths, and I will actually not be doing them. I will just count for you.
I'll breathe.
So if you good. So if you will try to make your body nice and tall, if you have your spine tall, it helps. And then I'm just going to have you just take a breath anyway, just to start things, and exhale. There. So I'm going to count. Inhale. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold. 2, 3, 4. Exhale. 2, 3, 4. Hold out. 2, 3, 4. Inhale. 2, 4. Hold. 2, 3, 4. Exhale. 2, 3, 4. Hold. 2, 3, 4. Eyes closed if you can. Inhale. 2, 3, 4. Hold. 2, 3, 4. Watch your shoulders. Exhale. 2, 3, 4. Hold. 2, 3, 4. Inhale. 2, 3, 4. Hold. 2, 3, 4. Exhale. 2, 3, 4. Hold. 2, 3, 4. Inhale. 2, 3, 4. Hold. 2, 3, 4. Exhale. 2, 3, 4. Hold. 2, 3, 4. One more time. Inhale. 2, 3, 4. Watch those bubbles. Hold. 2, 3, 4. Exhale. 2, 3, 4. Hold. 2, 3, 4. Deep breath in. And hold. Feel your shoulders. Drop them. And release. you should feel a softer feeling in your face. You'll feel a softer feeling in your eyes. I have yet to see a patient that didn't have that.
Well, thank you so much, Kathy.
You're welcome.
Everyone, take care of yourselves and keep breathing.
That was Kathleen Benjamin Ricard and Greg Eckerman talking about breathing, a little bit about that box breathing, 4 in, 4 hold, 4 out, something I use regularly throughout my day. Hope you found that helpful and useful. We have coming up next a memorial presentation, remembering those that we have lost. Many people are just joining in, sort of wrapping up for joining the program here for the evening hours. Quick reminder that if you want to support EricsHouse, the best place to do that is by following one of the links down below to the Give Butter donation site, where you can go and make a donation. We'd also very much appreciate a share, a like, a thumbs up, a comment, email a friend, text a friend, tell them to come join, because we've got a lot of exciting interviews coming up that we're going to jump into right after this segment. So once again, remembering those we lost, this is the memorial presentation from EricsHouse.
Tell me what here on earth it feels like everything good is missing since you left. And here on earth everything's different. There's an emptiness. Oh, I hope you're dancing in the sky, and I hope you're singing in the angels' choir, and I hope the angels know what they have. I bet it's so nice up in heaven since you arrived. Tell me, what do you do up in heaven? Are your days filled with love and light? Is there music? Is there art and invention? Tell me, are you happy? Are you more alive? 'Cause here on earth it feels like everything good is missing since you left. And here on earth everything's different. There's an emptiness. Oh, I hope you're dancing in the sky, and I hope you're singing in the angels' choir, and I hope the angels know what they have. I bet it's so nice up in heaven since you arrived. Oh, I hope you're dancing in the sky, and I hope you're singing in the angels' choir, and I hope the angels know what they have. I bet it's so nice up in heaven since you arrived, since you arrived.
Another beautiful tribute there. Many people that we hold in our memories and our hearts. Mother?
Well, I just wanted to mention that we are honored, the team at EricsHouse, we are honored that you were able to share the memories of your loved ones with us. You have to know that doing these videos, we watch them over and over and over again to make them perfect. And getting to know you and getting to know those beautiful souls that you love so much really makes this work worth it for all of us. So it's an honor and a privilege to serve you. So thank you very much.
Beautifully said. And we're going to do a quick scene change. We're going to move into another segment. I want to introduce a very good friend of mine, Sanjeev Javia, who is here, along with Michelle Moore-Fanger over from Mother's Grace. And so we're going to do a quick pause, scene change, and when we come back, you're going to see two different people here. One moment. All right, so you guys are good?
All right. Well, thank you, Rob. Appreciate it. Yes, it's Sanjeev. It's a super hard name, so you did a great job, Rob. Well, I am so excited to be able to introduce all of you to someone, a great friend and a great friend to EricsHouse, Michelle Moore. Thank you for being here today.
Thanks for having me. I'm super excited.
Yeah, well, this is so great because, Michelle has been a huge supporter of Marianne, of EricsHouse, of the work that we do here. And, she has an amazing foundation. So let's do this first. Let's kind of learn a little bit more about Mother's Grace. Could you kind of tell us about Mother's Grace, about, who it serves and some of the different types of missions and services it's offered?
Sure. So Mother's Grace is a charity that we started in 2009. So about, 12 years. And its core mission is to assist moms and children who are going through acute crisis. So either a loss of a loved one, a severe illness, a natural disaster. And we really believe in the power of moms coming together and supporting other moms that are going through this, something that's pulling them away from their game, their jobs, their environment, the ability to take care of their other children for a month or two until they can get back on their feet. So we do things like provide mortgage assistance, utilities, medical assistance. Sometimes what we do is we just bring dinner to them, to the family for a month. So it could be any of those things.
Yeah, anything to kind of ease their, burden that they're going through right now to help them on their journey.
Yes, we feel like moms many times are the backbone of the family. Mm-hmm. They're holding things together whether they work or not. They're also the moms. They're making dinner. They're coordinating play date. They're coordinating everything. And so when something horrible happens, we feel like the whole family really suffers. So we want to come in and take care of them for a month. And you said it really well, Sanjeev. You said ease their burden. We want to bring ease to this family.
Yeah, I know my mom was the glue that had put all the bricks together. She was the foundation, and so, and I know that, my sister fortunately has been on your board, and we've been able to kind of really experience some of the things. I actually had someone that I brought to you, right, that really needed your help. Can you kind of talk a little bit about maybe some specific individuals
things that we've done? Sure. Oh gosh, there's so many moms that we've helped.
6,000, right?
Yeah, 6,000. Yeah, and we do it in several different ways. So we have direct assistance. In 2021, we've already helped 183 moms and their families, specifically those families. But the other way we do it is through organizations like EricsHouse, where we come in and partner with them to get the message out even more exponentially. And we might support the organization monetarily, or we might support them by getting the word out or bringing them to speak at a Mother's Grace sponsored event, which we do this huge event for moms that attracts 400, 500 moms every year. And we bring in people from other organizations to be able to tell their story and get their word out. Because we feel like as a partnership, we can help even more. So, in that, we've helped EricsHouse that way, but in some of the specific situations, just horrible. I'll tell you one of the worst stories I ever heard. There was a mom, she was a teacher, and she had just gone through a horrible divorce. Her ex-husband was living in Florida. She had an autistic son and a daughter, and she was packing up everything to take out of their house from the attic, and she fell through the attic and broke her back. And she went into the hospital, and she was the primary, not just the caregiver, but also the primary breadwinner for this family. So she went to the hospital for 45 days with this broken back. And she needed someone to come over, bring food to the family, clean the house, take care of the dog. So Mother's Grace came in, and we have 100 volunteers, and we took care of that. And then when she got out of the hospital, she was very frail. She couldn't quite go back to work. And 2 weeks later, she was diagnosed with cancer. Oh. So we were able to take care of her bills for 2 months while she got back on her feet. And now she's thriving. This was 5 years ago. She's thriving. She's back at work. She's helping other people. So that's kind of the acute situations that we help to come in kind of as an emergency group. Yeah. And you mentioned your sister. We're a board of 12 professional women. We have doctors, accountants, attorneys. The First Lady of Arizona is on our board. But we all have very specific things that we can offer to moms as mentors as well.
One of the great things is that you're in that story is that this mother that you help then took that energy, took those resources, took that gratefulness and then now is serving others,
Yes.
which is a big part of Mother's Grace.
It is, yeah.
And which is one of the reasons also that you and Marianne got together.
Yes.
Can you talk a little bit about, you've got this amazing book by the same name, The Mother's Grace. You can find it on Amazon. But it is inspirational stories of women, one of them happens to be Marianne, that then serve others. Can you talk a little bit about how Marianne and you got together?
Absolutely. So Marianne and I met through a mutual friend. Her name's Bridget, who had also gone through some very acute situations. And she asked me to come over and meet Marianne right here at Eric's house. And we, being the women that we are, we sat around and had a few glasses of wine, and we just had so much in common. Marianne and I had a lot in common.
There's more creativity that happens.
There's more
with
creativity
wine.
when we're having wine and women get together and we start chatting. But Marianne and I had a lot in common. We're both breast cancer survivors, and we love to pray the rosary. And, we're just kind of kick-ass women, I think, looking at her. But the thing is that, when I heard her story, her personal story, and just, the light in her eyes that comes from someone that has gone through such a deep situation, a familial situation, and then takes that experience. Like, I believe that no one can do what someone that has been through the same experience can do, because they have so much empathy and they understand all the ins and outs. And so really I took the stories of 12 women that I have met all over the world, from India to Scottsdale to Florida, and took 12 stories and put them together of women that have gone through horrific situations and what they've done on the other side of it. Not just gotten better themselves, but took their experience to the world and have changed millions of lives.
Yeah, this is the ripple effect, right?
Yeah.
The ripple effect.
Yeah.
And that ripple effect isn't just in one generation, it's many generations, because that energy now changes,
Yes.
you know?
Yes.
And so, one last thing that I kind of wanted to talk to you about is that a lot of individuals don't understand how big of a need that this is. Can you kind of talk a little bit about the need of what Mother's Grace has seen, as well as kind of, obviously EricsHouse attracted you to the need that they saw.
Yes.
Can you talk a little bit about how important and significant that need is out there?
Absolutely. So, well, first of all, I get applications every week from people that have gone through these acute situations, but over the last 2 years, even more so with everything that people are going through, the state of our, our world, and the depression and anxiety that's going on, and for our children. And you guys, I don't know what the order is, but you saw a dear friend of mine, Paul Rosenfeld, speak today. He is a dear friend of mine from California that had never heard word one about Eric's house. And he went through one of the worst tragedies that I'm aware of, really. And the way I believe things happen is that people are put into your lives at different times. And it was just very coincidental that Marianne had just come and spoken at the Mother's Grace event. And, that he went through this horrible tragedy with the loss of his daughter right then. And I said, you know what? You need to come out here and stay with me and go to Eric's house. And he did. And it's been life-changing for him.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, that's
yeah.
awesome.
It really has. I mean, it's changed everything for him.
Yeah, and just like you said, is that now he's become a more engaged part of society. Because,
Yes.
I mean, imagine, all of the things that he was doing before.
Yes.
How active he was before, mentally and socially and such. When a tragedy like this happens, you begin to retract a bit, right?
You do, absolutely. And he's come into a whole new community through Eric's house, and he's already a compassionate person, but his depth of compassion and his ability to relate to people that are going through these things has been enhanced by his experience here.
Yeah, awesome. Well, listen, we are so honored to have you here. We're so honored to have you part of the Eric's House, Hope and Healing Fundraiser 2021. I'm sure you'll be hearing more of Michelle, and especially of Mother's Grace, and how, everyone is kind of doing their thing to make lives better for others, so.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're welcome.
All right. Let's swap out.
All right. Well, that was another amazing interview. Thank you, Sanjeev. I kind of botched his name because I call him Jeevers, of course, but but Sanjeev and Michelle Moore. This was Michelle Moore's book. This is A Mother's Grace, and so if you want to pick that up, please feel free to do that. Now you can see I'm being joined by somebody very special. Let's get you scooted up in here just a little bit so we can get the focus in order and we can get the mic over there. This, my friends, is Melinda Vale, and the title of this segment is Q&A with Melinda Vale, Spiritual Conversations. And so we've spoken before, Miss Melinda.
Yes,
how are you?
I'm well. How are you?
Let's get that mic on.
I'm well. How are you?
There you go. So I'm doing very well. I'm grateful that you are here with us
I
today.
am grateful as well. Thank you for having me.
And so we're talking about spiritual conversations. And so I don't want to screw up the introduction because I know it's sort of a complicated area. Can you give us an overview of what it is that you do?
Yes, it is a complicated area because I am considered a psychic medium, but I really don't like the label very much because I don't get into woo-woo stuff, Fruit Loops and wind chimes, as I call them.
Sure.
I am very honored that people will come to me to verify that their loved ones are alive on the other side of the veil. So I'm an evidential medium, and I actually connect people to their loved ones in a way in which they know when they leave my office that that person is doing fine and okay.
Yeah, and it's a powerful thing that you do. I have worked with you. I have had individual sessions with you. I have seen you work in public, and you use the word evidential. Mm-hmm. Can you tell us a little bit more about what that means and sort of how that manifests itself in the work that you do?
Well, you know, I'm afraid that there are a lot of people that label themselves as mediums who really give a lot of generalized information. You know, we all know that spirit comes to us in hummingbirds and butterflies. We all know that if someone has left in a way that is difficult, that they feel sorry about hurting people's feelings and that, you know, that they love and miss you. You know, those kind of generalized things are just great. But if they tell you, you know, that their grandpa by name greeted them, or they give a specific pet's name, if they, you know, talk about things that are no way somebody could know, then you walk out of there feeling much better. I've actually had to ask people on the other side of the veil to go far and wide in the age of the internet, unfortunately, because, you know, now that we have I've been doing this for 30 years. So in the old days, you didn't have the internet available to you. So now that we have an internet available, I ask people on the other side to give me like neighbors' names. Sometimes I get last names, but things that are verifiable, but no one could know. And so that's my goal, is to make sure that the person here knows that everybody's okay there.
Yeah, and the reason why I'm smiling is because I sort of remember the first time I had that experience with you. We were at an event. There was a sort of a big room of people, and you were talking about something that was sort of not even really related to the primary, I think, conversation you were having, but you sort of communicated that you heard something and you went off into a little bit of a tangent, but that tangent was like so specific, and you said specifically a name and the type of art that this person creates, and you said that's kind of weird, and you went right back, you know, to the original conversation, and I about fell out of my chair. I was like, I know that guy, I know that art. This is crazy. And so it was it was an interesting experience, especially for somebody like me who doesn't have a lot of familiarity with it. I want to ask you a lot about, you know, what's happening in the world today and sort of how that is, you know, influencing the work that you do. But before we get there, since we have a little bit of time together, can you walk us through your evolution into this work? You know, I mean, this is something that is, you know, not commonplace, obviously. I think.
Yeah, nobody grows up and says, I want to be a psychic medium when I grow up.
Yeah, so how does that
Especially
work?
because there's stigma attached to it, you understand.
Yeah.
You know, that, you know, sometimes I get criticized because of, you know, Bible verses, etc. There's
Right.
a stigma attached to it. And I'm accused of not being a Christian, which I'm actually a sort of a Christian Buddhist omnist. I believe that all basic religions have some truth to them, but I was a Catholic kid who loved my church, who used to go in and pray for the statues of Jesus and Mary to speak to me. And one day a priest came out on the altar. I'm old, Robbie, so it was in the days when women were not allowed on the altar. And he asked me to come up and handed me the chalice, and I took that as a sign from heaven that the voices that I heard were permissible. And so I was actually a clairvoyant child. I come from Irish background, and the Irish can tend to be a little superstitious. And my mother was very good about allowing me to talk to people that no one else could see or hear. She set a place at the table for them. So
Wow,
when I was a
okay.
little girl, I learned that it was okay to do this from my family background and from my religious background.
So your parents sort of encouraged this or facilitated it.
Well, let's just say that my mother did the best she could to understand it. So later on in life, before my mother passed away from dementia, actually, she came to every single class I ever taught and went to every workshop that she could. So she supported me as an adult, yes.
Yeah, that's amazing. I wonder, had your path been different, right? I think a lot of people might, in today's world, might have looked at a child like that with these gifts and put them down a different path, right? Counseling or drugs or something like that. And obviously that didn't happen to you. Can you tell us a little bit about what the experience is like? So, for people that don't have any familiarity with their, intuition or some of those more, I guess natural internal feelings, what does it feel like when you're engaging?
Well, I think we all have a natural ability to have intuition. It's just that some people let their left brain or their logical brain get in the way. I always say that I'm either braver or stupider than anybody else, that whatever comes into my head when I'm talking to somebody comes out of my mouth.
Yes.
Because you just never know what someone's life is. So they could give me something from the other side of the veil that seems very bizarre to me, but very accurate to the person that I'm sitting with. I am something called a clairsentient, which is very hard for people to understand. So we call it clairvoyant, we call it clairaudient. But when I sit with somebody, I just have an inner knowing of what the person's name is that's standing behind me, and perhaps what their personality is like. I'm fed information, but I don't know exactly how to tell you how I'm fed it.
Yeah.
But it's progressed over 30 years because I'm not as afraid of it myself as I used to be. And I think there is a key in that. But I'm very careful not to give people future information or decipher the information, because I think that we all have the gift of free will and that no one can tell us what the future will bring. And I also think that somebody else's life is none of my business. So I just give the information. I don't try to decipher it.
Yes, and I've had a session with you, and I've seen your work, and I've seen a number of different reactions from people. Some people will sort of maybe scoff at the whole notion. Other people will sort of be frozen and shocked in their seats, and other people will just have like breakdowns. Like an explosion. I'm like, oh my goodness, you're talking to my my loved one, or that's a message that I needed to hear. How do you as a person that, needs to eat and sleep and deal with all of life's, regular conversations, also deal with this second layer of, the spiritual? Because I imagine that's a lot pulling you in multiple directions.
That's a great question. I think that one of the most important emotions between this side of the veil and the other side of the veil is humor. So when you've seen me talk to a crowd full of people, you have seen me keep them laughing at the same time.
Yes.
Because even though I am not trying to be inappropriate by making them laugh, because I certainly do feel badly for them having their situation. Nobody from the other side of the veil ever told me it sucked over there. And so there's love and bliss on the other side, and there's a healing no matter which way we go over. There's always a healing that takes place, which is a fine line, because I don't want someone to listen to this and say, oh, well, then I'm going to get healed, whatever. So I don't, there's a different conversation there. But anyways, the humor helps me get through the night, and then I keep that humor as part of my everyday life. We laugh all the time. My husband, Bill, is a very great support system. We have a great group of friends that support me always. I have wonderful children. I've just got a great staff. There is a lot of support that comes my way, and I keep laughing all the time. I just keep trying to keep my sense of humor no matter what. Unfortunately, I think someone like me gets to be like an emergency room doctor. I wish I could say that differently, but when I first started doing this work, things would shock me. Now, especially since I work with the police often and other, missing people cases, et cetera, I've kind of gotten a little bit more thick-skinned, which makes me handle it a little bit differently at a personal level than I used to.
Yeah, and I would imagine, you're helping people heal, right? You're seeing people experience some closure in their lives, kind of share those last, or maybe not even last, but, communicate, right? Share messages.
Mm-hmm.
And that is very relieving. And I'm sure that some of that helps to recharge the batteries to some degree.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think for people who have lost children, it's never enough, right?
Yeah.
That kind of grief has sharp edges and dull aches, and there can be times where you can make that connection and feel happy that you've made that connection, and then other emotions set in. And I hope that, I can just be part of the piece of a pie that someone may be utilizing, a grief companion, counseling, other things. I just want to be one piece of that pie for somebody to establish, some kind of a connection with their ability to work through the process. And again, my words "work through" are not appropriate either, because you don't work through it either. It just ebbs and flows in different ways,
Well, you've been a huge part of EricsHouse. You've been years now. You've been helping people feel that, find that relief, and start their journey. And we're very appreciative for that. You were talking, or we were talking earlier about some of the stressors, some of the pressures with kind of living in two worlds to some degree. And you also mentioned that you've been doing this basically your whole life, right? You've had these conversations that have been maturing, and I'm sure your skill set and your ability to interpret these things has really developed over the years. But you've also seen society adjust in many ways, right? We've had ebbs and flows. We've had good times and down times, and happy times and sad times. And this last year, this last 18 months, the world has really been going through a difficult time, I think, right? A lot of people are passing away. A lot of people are stressed. We're seeing people, not only die from COVID, but die from substance abuse and suicide, right? These numbers are up. Domestic violence numbers are up. All of these things are up. I'm wondering, somebody with your experience, somebody who's been practicing in this space for, as long as you have, are you noticing any spiritual ebbs and flows? Are you noticing any changes? Is it consistent? I'd just love to hear about your experience, over the last 18 months or so.
Yeah, well, I think that, we're all grieving the situation with COVID. I don't think there's a day now that goes by without me talking to one or two people who've died from COVID.
Yeah.
I'm blessed that I can be in Australia, I can be in Paris, and I can be all over the United States. I get to talk to people from all over the world that have this shared grief over COVID. Unfortunately, we're not sharing it.
Yeah.
And so in collective consciousness, we've got a lot of division, a lot of separation, a lot of aggravation, a lot of agitation. And that's a part of an energy frequency that I don't think we can perpetuate for much longer.
Yeah.
We have to move towards trying to combat this like we did in World War II. If this is World War III, if COVID, for example, is World War III, there were certain things that were given up in World War II that people had to do to come together to fight that war. We're not fighting this war in collaboration. We're not doing a very good job of it. So that's, part of some of the energy that I feel from people. And of course, then there's a lot of blame and all kinds of other things, even with COVID. I mean, we've got the kind of blame that we feel like, did I do enough for my child who died from a drug overdose? Did I, and then also with COVID, there's that too. Was I the one that gave my mother COVID because I had COVID too, and I went home and I didn't know it? I mean, there's all of that energy present. So my main thing is that we all have to start learning how to practice kindness and working together and collaborate together and help each other through any grief process that we have going. And so, yeah, the world itself is kind of a hot mess. Some of that is social media because it gives us such permission to bully each other. You wouldn't believe how much I can get bullied on my Facebook from people who tell me that I am not a Christian because I am a medium.
Yeah, that's a tough criticism, I think, to take, right? Because you're doing something that you have a natural gift for. You're doing stuff that is helping people, and some people just have a sort of a guttural reaction to that.
Until they meet me.
Until they meet you. That was where I was going.
And then they feel the energy of that compassion and kindness that I hope is always part of my frequency of energy, along with the humor and all of the things that, make that connection. What I find is that there's a lot of judgment and criticism until you need somebody like me.
Right.
And then I have people from all walks of life that come through my door.
Yeah, and can you tell me a little bit more about sort of, what you work on, or how it's best to work with you, through these things? Is one-on-one kind of the best way to connect with people? And what does that process look like for people who may want to connect with you?
Well, the first thing I need to say is I'm booked many months in advance,
Yes.
so patience is a required factor in getting in to see me, and it's not because I work part-time. I actually work long hours, but we can only do so much. You don't want me fatigued when I'm talking to your loved one on the other side.
Right.
So that's first and foremost. I think that, men are much easier to read than women because men grieve differently than women, number one, and they have less expectations than women. So when you come to see me, expectations should be left at the door, so you can be open enough to receive the energy from the other side of the veil, because sometimes your expectations actually get in the way of that exchange of energy. I think one-on-one is the best way to talk to your loved one, but I do think the groups do provide a really wonderful connection for people, and understanding each other's grief and moving into a process together as a community to help hold space for each other. So I still think that that's something that is a wonderful thing to do.
Yeah, and it is different as somebody who's experienced both of these. I've seen you, work, in a big group, a room of people, and I've seen you work with me, individually. And Zulu over on YouTube actually just asked a very pertinent question. Says, do you ever get some radio spirit that has nothing to do with anyone that's alive anymore? And if so, what do they want? And so I think we're, kind of where this question, was going. If I could add some meat to that a little bit. When I first saw you, you were in a room. There was a lot of people, and it wasn't anything specific, right? Nobody was coming and saying, "Hey, I'm Rob. I want to talk to you about my brother Eric," right? It wasn't like that. It was sort of, there was a lot of energy in the room, like you talked about earlier, and then there were certain things that kind of jumped out at you, right? And then you said, "Oh, okay, so, this person's here," and then you went and communicated. So I guess there's a lot there, but how does something get through to you?
That's a good question. Some people are more boisterous on the other side, just like they are here on the earth plane. Some people are shy on the other side. Some people in a group don't want to stand in front, have their parents or loved one or wife or mother or whatever stand in front of a room and talk to them. There's lots of reasons for it. I let spirit come through me like a train when I'm doing a group. My whole process of doing it is to not just stand up there and have 2 or 3 or 4 readings and then say thank you very much for coming and goodbye. I try to do as many readings as I possibly can, so I let them come through me like a train. Zulu, I am not sure whether I get random spirits that just drop in to see me. Anytime I've had a random spirit that's dropped in when someone has been with me, it's been in order to connect to another person, and so the person in the chair would call that spirit's mother or brother or whatever and say, "Hey, while I was having this reading, your name came up." My husband and I have a house that's filled with lights going on and off and things flying around and things that go bump in the night. We're just kind of used to it. We don't pay much attention to it, so I don't know whether those are random spirits or not. If you ask me, can I connect with, Kennedy or one of the Kennedys and find out how they feel. I think that, why would a Kennedy want to talk to me unless one of their relatives was with me? And then they might, but why would they do that? I think there's purposefulness between a medium and a spirit on the other side. I don't think that, I could just grab somebody out of the blue. I also can't conjure somebody up, like at a party, if somebody comes up and says to me, well, how is my Uncle Frank? Am I supposed to say, Earth to Frank,
Right.
Earth to Frank, how are you, Frank? That doesn't happen either. But TV makes us think that maybe, we can randomly go to the butcher shop, and even though the butcher has a microphone on, that you can talk to his dead loved one, and, it's spontaneous, which really doesn't happen. I'm only able to do that if I'm drunk, Eric.
Yeah, you probably have some very interesting conversations. Yeah.
Oh, see, now nobody expected that to come out of my mouth.
No, bottle of wine. Listen, yeah. Yeah, you don't have to turn on Netflix or anything. You just crack open the bottle. That's great. So another question came in from Zulu, and this is sort of related. Another very good question from Zulu. He's asking specifically, is there anything that, and feel free not to answer this if that's something.
I'll answer anything.
The question is there anything that comes across that is harmful or hurtful?
Yeah, thank you for asking that question.
That you admit.
So Zulu, I don't believe in evil spirits. I just believe in evil people.
Okay.
So therefore, I know that there are lots of shows and things about evil spirits. I did clear from a local restaurant a spirit that I didn't take kindly to.
Okay.
But I think he was just misinformed. So, in other words, I could sleep all night in a haunted house and not worry too terribly much about it.
Well, when you were talking about stuff at your house banging around, I was like, oh, I'm scared. I'm not even at your house right now.
Yeah.
But so I guess that sort of, it can, if we logically extend that, right? Evil people, you have people who are on the other side of the veil who are loud, right? Boisterous, as you said, people who want to communicate. And so it's not that different from regular communication in life. It's just you're, communicating on a different plane.
People are people. I'm joking, but in truth, what I feel is that the earth plane is actually hell. This is where all of the malarkey happens, where we're mean to each other, where we hurt each other, where we, hurt ourselves and so on. And that when we leave from this plane of existence and we go to the other plane of existence, there's some kind of an evaluation about how we behaved here and some kind of work necessary to free that karma up, and so that you can move forward in a different direction. And so that's why I say that there is evil people and not evil spirits.
Yeah, and my next thought was aggressive spirits or aggressive things on the other side, right? Trying to communicate to you,
Oh, yeah.
and that's, I think, maybe what we see.
Oh yeah, there's aggressive spirits for sure.
Yeah.
There are persistent spirits. There are aggressive spirits. One time my husband and I actually at the breakfast table heard a voice that sounded like a little girl's voice to us saying, "Melinda," and we were like, "Oh, where is that voice coming from?" So we looked around the house and she said it again, "Melinda." And I found her on the stairs and I said to her, "You're in the wrong spot. You got to go to the office." And when my first client came and I said, "Did you lose a little girl?" And she said, "Well, not exactly." I said, "Well, exactly what?" She said, "Well, I lost a special needs adult, but her voice sounded like a little girl's."
Okay.
So, she was just in the wrong spot at the wrong time.
How does living in this space, how does your husband deal with it? How do people, close to you who maybe don't have this, this sense that you do?
Mm-hmm.
How do they?
Well, my husband is a rock star. I'll start there. My husband is also a suicide survivor. And he's right over there. Shout out. One of the reasons that we are both so happy to be a part of EricsHouse and to be, able to help here. He just rolls with it. He heard that woman's voice too.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like something I only heard. He sees the lights go on and off in our house. He can feel that energy. So, he's a rock star. He's the support system that I have.
We had a super chat just come in. So that's from Kim Berger. She says, thank you, Rob, for doing this. I love listening to mediums, which is a nice comment. So that's a nice donation from Kim. That's going to go over to EricsHouse. Thank you very much for sending that in, Kim.
Thank you, Kim.
Kim, very generous. And let's see, I know somebody was telling me that there is some questions, but I have not gotten them. Are there any coming in? Let's see what we've got here. We have a couple questions. We have, let's see here. First one, how do you know when a spirit is trying to reach you? Did they text you or?
When they're trying to reach me. First of all, a spirit doesn't, okay.
Email?
Let's talk about boundaries for a minute, okay?
Sure.
You know, boundaries on the earth plane are very important. In order to have a good, respectful relationship between friends or spouses or whatever, you have to have boundaries and respect each other. I expect the same from the other side of the veil. They have to have boundaries and respect me so that they're not bugging me all day long. If I'm going to work and dedicate 8 or 9 hours a day, 5 days a week to them, they need to respect those boundaries.
Yes.
So that's mostly what I have. We do, again, have some things like that little girl that will, kind of yell out to me or whatever. And, we have things that happen in our house that make us aware. We have a boxer. We have a dog that's a boxer. And I know that my first client of the day is going to be significant if that dog goes crazy looking into the living room while we're sitting in the family room having coffee. So the dog lets me know that people want to talk to me.
Yeah, I wanted to ask about that specifically. So, when you have a cat and it's just kind of staring off at something, it sees something and you don't see it, but it's looking at something, or a dog is doing that. Mm-hmm. I've always had kind of the hair stand up on my neck from time to time, had those feelings, that intuition, like somebody's in the room with me to some
Mm-hmm.
degree, but it's very fleeting, right? Comes and goes almost instantaneously. What's going on there?
Well, companion spirits can see to the other side of the veil and actually hear very well. And so they do alert us when somebody's around. And companion spirits can also visit us too. If you've lost a dog or cat on the other side of the veil, sometimes, especially when they have human names, I'm not real good with Fido or Spot, but if their name is Fred or Jim, I'll get their names, so that the person in my chair knows that their loved one is with the dog or the cat or whatever. So yeah, they definitely see interdimensionally.
That's amazing. We had some more super chats coming in, some more donations for EricsHouse. Want to shout out Jenny B. We also have Mimi Jovanovic. They don't have any questions, but they were just sending in some support over to EricsHouse.
Thank you very much.
Very, very nice, very generous.
We all appreciate that at EricsHouse. Please keep those donations coming in.
Give a hand for Melinda.
She's amazing.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
We have a few more minutes, right?
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry.
Do we?
I'll take it anyways. I always love that.
I'm sorry about that.
That's all right.
No, I think we do. I think we have a few more minutes, right? Because the Tree of Life starts at.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So yeah, we're good. That's a good pause. Let's give a shout out. So EricsHouse, we've got a what is it? A 4 o'clock update. We've got 1 hour left, and we've got about 10 more minutes or so with Miss Melinda Vale. We're gonna keep going. So get your questions in over on YouTube if you're chatting away. If you have any other questions or thoughts, of course, we have a whole list of questions. We could talk to Melinda for about 4 hours if we had the time.
And please jump on my Facebook and Instagram, and on my Facebook at Melinda Vale Medium. Every Monday I do Monday Musings by Melinda, where I teach a little spiritual class, and you can always ask me questions on one of those.
Amazing. Yeah. So that's Melinda Vale on Facebook is probably the best place.
Mm-hmm. And also Melinda Vale INC Inc. on Instagram.
Love it. And it's Melinda VAIL. So definitely go give her a follow and tune in tomorrow on Monday. It sounds like you're going to be doing another.
Narcissist is my subject tomorrow.
Ooh, narcissist. That's a lot of one. That's a lot of topic there. Okay. So we've got an update. It's 4 o'clock. EricsHouse is doing amazing. The donations are now up to $52,053. Let's give a round of applause on that one. We're doing very well.
Yay.
We're moving on up towards that final goal. We're in our final hour. And so as soon as we're done here with Melinda, that curtain that's back there is actually going to come off the wall. we're not living here in a shack or anything like that. There's actually a big, beautiful presentation that's behind there, and it's going to be the Tree of Life presentation. And so we've got that in about 10 minutes. So be sure to stick around for that. But we've got some other business to attend to, don't we, Melinda?
Yep.
Okay. So my next question is sort of, how do people embrace more of their spiritual side or open themselves up a little bit to this, or even to the possibility? Because I would imagine that a lot of people are kind of hardened against exploring this world.
Yeah.
Right. And maybe even before they, would contact you. How do people, open themselves up a little bit to the possibilities of what you do?
Meditation.
Okay.
Okay. Meditation is so critical in order to open yourself up to your spiritual connection, and also prayer. If you're praying in gratitude, that's truly a way to connect with yourself spiritually. The most critical connection to the Holy Spirit is forgiveness. Forgiveness is the key to connecting to the Holy Spirit, pure and simple. So we do forgiveness, we do meditation, we do prayer, and we make those connections. And forgiveness does not mean anything other than neutralizing your emotion.
Yeah.
And making sure that you're no longer giving the power of your energy away to a person or a circumstance that is taking your power.
Yeah, amazing. And that made me think of another concept of just the idea of just presence in general, right? So you were talking about your emotions and neutralizing those emotions and forgiveness. Something else that I was thinking about when you were speaking was about meditation, sort of about being ultra present, not thinking about the past, not letting that inner voice sort of pull you into the past, or let your thoughts, cause anxiety about what's going to happen in the future. Mm-hmm. Is there a routine or something that you do to, block out all of that normal human noise that we all have every day?
We certainly do, and it's usually our mother's or our father's voice that is the noise in our subconscious mind. And we have to remember that we're raised by parents who are raised by parents who are raised by parents. And so everybody has a human background, right? And so if you have a lot of clatter in your brain that's negating you or making you feel bad about yourself, you need to go back into your inner child and do your inner child work. You can do that through hypnotherapy. You can do that through EMDR. You can make sure that you're clearing energy that is interfering with your ability to make those connections for yourself. So healing the inner child is very important. If you're unable to do that on your own, please go to a professional for that.
Yeah, and obviously people know how to connect with you. When you're so I've experienced this as somebody on this side, and you've been the person who's been the interface to the other side. I know how it made me feel when we had our session. I know how it made me feel when I saw how you connected people in the big group settings. What are they feeling on the other side? Are they feeling, similar emotions? Are they
joy, utter joy? It makes every person on the other side feel great joy to connect with their loved one here. The bliss that's on the other side, the joy, the ability to prove to their loved one that they're safe and sound gives them great joy and happiness. Again, that's why there are certain signs and signals that everyone sees that are transformational signals, such as a butterfly transforming, from the cocoon to the butterfly, such as the dragonfly, such as a hummingbird that can fly in all directions, such as beautiful rainbows and things that we associate with spirituality. It's something that all people on the other side use as a spiritual connection or a sign. My father, for example, who's been dead for a long time, since I was 32, which is 35 years ago, he always drops pennies for me. One time, Bill and I found a penny in the refrigerator. Well, you might think it's a coincidence to find a penny on the floor, but really, in the refrigerator? Did it fall out of somebody's pocket in the refrigerator? Probably not. So, there's different signs and signals that gives them great joy to make that connection and let us know that they're alive. This body of ours is nothing more than a suitcase that houses the spirit. We're supposed to get to heaven with a lighter suitcase instead of packing it up and getting there with a heavier load. And unfortunately, a lot of times we get there with a heavy load, and so.
Yeah. what about, there's a lot of questions that people have about suicide in particular, about, some of these, tragic deaths and overdoses. How are those people, received on the other end? Are they, in
Isn't
continual...
it a shame that we still have in our society such stigma over drug addiction, suicide, and mental illness, and that we wouldn't conceptualize that a loving God would welcome those people who were so wounded inside themselves that they had to leave that way into the open arms of love and peacefulness. Of course, they get treated the same way as someone who died from cancer or COVID or any other myriad of diseases that take our lives. We here at EricsHouse, and some of the work that I do, hopefully is removing some of the stigma of those kinds of deaths. And so we can get it out of the closet and start talking about it, so we can make a difference and understand mental health better here in the world than we do, especially here in the U.S. We just really do not have a great mental health care system, and we really need to start processing these things a little differently.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. There's almost this, and it's not everybody, but there are a lot of people out there that's, that person, they died by suicide, and so therefore they're a bad person, or they should be punished more, or they're not going to go to heaven, they're going to go to hell.
Or selfish. People say, oh, that's such a selfish thing to do. That's not what, people from the other side of the veil are saying. They think it's actually selfless. They think they're solving some problems that they're, unfortunately giving the people that love them the problem of their mental health issues or drug addiction or whatever it is.
Right.
And it's not selfish at all. It's a condition of our society and our religious backgrounds that we believe that it needs to be transformed and made into something that we can reasonably discuss, and not let families feel the kind of stigma that they feel in talking about their children when they die this way.
Right. And the work that you're doing, speaking about these issues and helping people like me unravel all of these complex issues, is extremely valuable. As I mentioned at the start, there's the world is going through something right now. And so can you leave us with maybe a strategy or some thoughts on, how to best weather this, right? And, some words of optimism about, how we can stay strong in light of what's going on around us in the world.
Yeah, and one simple word, kind. If we don't start being kind to each other, if you see something on Facebook or on Instagram that you don't like, scroll down, move on. Do not say something rude or inappropriate. If you see someone that needs help, stop and help them. If you can lend a hand, lend a hand. If you can give a kind word, give a kind word. Kindness, that's the key for the transformation that we need.
Amazing. Well, let me just read some comments that came in before we wrap up, because we're going to jump into our next segment. But a lot of people are very appreciative of you being here, Melinda. We have Lauren S. says, I really like her. And Kim Berger says, I love this lady. And another Lauren says, amen, kindness is key. And so you're getting rave reviews here on YouTube, and of course from everybody else in the room here today.
Thank you so much.
So one final time, the best place for people to connect with you is?
Call my assistant Izzy, I-Z-Z-Y, Izzy, 480-755-0222, and be patient. We'll get you in as soon as we can.
Do you have any other, somebody also asked on YouTube, do you have any other group events or any Zooms or anything coming up, anything scheduled?
I have 3 tickets left for a December event. I believe it's on the 19th. You can jump on my website for that. I'm doing 2 small events so that everyone gets a connection. But we will be announcing our spring event, which will be coming up very soon. We'll make that announcement. And again, those tickets do go quickly. So if you see that on my website, please grab your ticket for that.
Amazing. Well, Melinda, really so grateful that you're here. I'm so happy that our paths have crossed. You've been a huge help to everybody here in the community.
Thank you. I love EricsHouse.
Well, we love you back. And so go check out Melinda Vale. Look her up on Facebook. Check out her website. Get in contact. Don't wait, because she's in high demand, folks. That was Melinda Vale. We're going to swap back over. We're going to do a quick scene change. We'll be back in the next segment in about 10 seconds.
Thank you.
Thank you, Melinda. All right, we are still moving things around here, folks, and so they're just getting ready for the big reveal. Of course, this is the Tree of Life dedication. We have Lee and Jackie Smith are here on behalf of their beloved sons, Tyler and Jared Smith. And so we're just waiting for all the final pieces to come into play. Somebody, of course, is going to tell me when we are ready. But this is the big presentation, the big reveal. Let's get the camera over there so we can see it in full. And this is the Tree of Life dedication. I'm turning it over to you, Mother.
All right, can you hear me? Are we good on sound?
I can hear you. Come closer to the mic. Come stand here. Here you go. Right here.
All right. Well, this is a very special day for EricsHouse because since our inception, we wanted to come up with a permanent way to memorialize the people who have left us too soon. So this project has been in the works for 3 years. And today is the big reveal. Yay! But before we do that, I would like to introduce the sponsors of this project. Lee and Jackie Smith, if you could just step over here in front of the camera. So, Lee and Jackie are really two very, very special people. They lost 2 of their sons, one from an overdose and one from a suicide. And we've been working with them, and we've been honored and privileged to be able to support both of them through their grief journey. And so we will dedicate today's project to you and your sons. Yay. Okay, so thank you very much. So let's unveil.
Let's do
After
the Tree of Life.
Wow, look at that. All right. So step over here with me, and I'd like to read the dedication plaque. This Tree of Life celebrates our loved ones who have left us too soon. In this tree, our memories grow, nurtured by kindness and love. The roots are cherished memories of our past, and the branches offer the promise that their souls endure and last. The leaves bear their names, so we remember that what they left behind is eternally woven into our lives. As long as we live, they also live, for they are part of us forever. So thank you very much. I'd like to present you with leaves for Tyler and Jared. So these will be the first leaves that gets placed on the tree. So thank you very much.
Can we show the leaves on camera?
Yeah, sure. And there will definitely be more to come. Oh, you have this. Yeah. This leaf is for Jared.
Let's zoom that in a little bit. Jared Theodore Smith and Milton Tyler Smith. 2 leaves, Tree of Life.
We will never forget them.
Thank you so much. You're welcome. We are so honored. Thank you.
Okay. And I think, would you like to say anything?
We couldn't have done it without you.
Well, you could have done it. You could have done it without us, but we are honored to be
It
able to
wouldn't have been
support.
very easy.
Well,
You guys been a big help.
you guys have done all the hard work.
EricsHouse is amazing. All of you, all of the staff. It's just, I'm so glad that I happened upon a feature on TV. Just walked by and saw you and called the next day and came, and
you've made such a difference in our lives. So thank you so much.
Well, you touch us as well.
Thank you.
We're honored. All right.
And then I think we want to mention Chris.
Well, come on up here, Chris. Of course we do. Meet Chris.
Hi. Beautiful.
Chris
Our artist.
Kolash, our artist.
Good job.
Thank you.
Very nice.
Thank you. Well, and I had the help of Christelle over here too, so.
Thank you.
Christelle, come on up.
Yes.
Christelle, you're still involved with Your Art, Your Story.
Yes, that's
You want to say a few words about that?
Well, Your Art, Your Story is a friend of EricsHouse. We met before we started our nonprofits. And Your Art, Your Story exists to help people who are coping with suicide loss through creative activities and creative inspiration.
Another amazing organization. And Chris had to deal with a bunch of women.
Come on into the picture. Jackie Lee.
Scooch over this way, I guess. Here.
I just wanted to say Chris walked in and a bunch of women, everybody had a different idea of what this Tree of Life needed to look like. And she pulled it off and it's beautiful, really good work.
Just took us all coming together in this room, looking at where it went and.
It's
getting everyone together.
spectacular.
Okay.
Are you going to tell us just a little bit about what the Tree of Life is going to be doing in the future and how we're going to be handling it?
Sure.
Judy, maybe you?
Why don't you do this? The Tree of Life, you know, I mentioned earlier, it's a way to memorialize people that we have lost. If you watch the tour earlier of EricsHouse, you'll see that some of the rooms have been sponsored by parents, but there's only so much we can do in the physical property. And so the Tree of Life gives us a chance to memorialize as many people as we like. And so this is the kickoff of another campaign to do some fundraising, to raise some money so that we can continue our mission. And that will be led by our development director, Robin Tell, and a member of our board, Judy Zumet. And they will be laying out a campaign over the next several weeks so that anybody who's interested in memorializing a loved one or even buying a gift for a friend that you would like to memorialize, this would be a good project to do it with. So thank you very much. Thank you to our sponsors and everybody who made this project come together.
Amazing, amazing, amazing.
I would like to just do a couple things. I'd like to acknowledge Francie Kosick. Francie Kosick just made a donation for $2,000.
Wow.
Thank you so much, Francie. We love you. And the winner of the tapping session, a free tapping session, is Rita Estrada. So thank you very much, Rita. And then last, I wanted to just recognize another $500 donation that was made in honor of Chester. Chester is Sandy Metzler's dog that they had to put down this morning. So we honor Chester today, Sandy, and thank you so much for your donation. We'll see you later tonight. Okay.
All right. So we are changing in now. I think we're mostly done. So we've got it's time to celebrate. I think it's time for mocktails and cocktails. We've got the Happy Heart Arita coming in, and so let's get that rolling, shall we?
Come on.
Are we setting up?
Yep.
All right. So we're going to do the same thing. We're setting this whole thing up here.
Give us just a second.
It's margarita time, mocktails and cocktails. We've got Beth McDonald, Patty Kincaid over,
And we're going to come over
squeezing on in here.
more.
And how's the positioning now?
Keep going that. We can move the camera, but I would keep moving it that way so that we can get it in front of the Tree of Life.
Is Okay.
That looks great.
All right.
Now, you might want to bring it closer so we can get a mic for
All right.
Beth. So I'd say just tuck it right in there.
Cranberry, OJ, lime juice, simple syrup. Good to go. Okay. All right. And I'm going to start this session. I want to thank everybody today who donated. My goodness, 4.5 hours so far of EricsHouse fundraiser, and we're thrilled to be with you. But I'm even more excited to welcome for our second annual fundraiser, Beth McDonald from KEZ Radio. Thank you. Last year, we asked Beth if she would create a cocktail for celebration at the end of our EricsHouse fundraiser. And what she came up with was a hit. So we thought, why change a winner? So today Beth is going to make a Happy Heart Margarita and a Happy Heart Macarita for our audience. So
I'm more familiar with the margaritas. If you're familiar with me, you know that. But I know the mocktail too. By the way, it's an honor to be here, and thank you for inviting me again this year. And it's an honor to be in front of the new Tree of Life too, which is absolutely beautiful, and it's a really great idea. I actually brought my own shot glass. I just happen to have it in my purse.
And I'm going to let you take it away.
So here we go. I've got my own shot glass. I pretty much know the margarita recipe by heart, but I'll follow it just in case. So I want to be sure I've got lime juice here.
Yes.
Right, Patty? Okay. And I can just use one of these glasses?
Yes, you may.
All right.
Let me get this ready for you.
Get some ice. All right. I'll do it the polite way with the tongs instead of just dipping in my hand. So you want to fill the glass with ice. I like to put a lot of ice in, especially if the liquor going in is a little bit warm. It's gonna melt it a little bit. So I'll get a few more here. And this is a really great recipe to have anytime.
It's proven to be a winner.
You know what? We're gonna
Just
do it
use your
this
hand.
way.
Yeah.
All right. So we want to do 1 ounce fresh lime juice. I'll try and be as easy as I can. All right, my tequila. We want. I think we can eyeball that. About 1.5 ounce. 1.5 ounces is what you want. Whoops. Let's see. We want the orange liqueur, triple sec. So just about 1/2 ounce. I'm not really crazy about having my margaritas too sweet, but I think I accidentally just put in too much tequila, so I took care of that, didn't I? All right, and then just a little bit of simple syrup, about 3/4 of an ounce, which is basically just sugar and water and boiled, or you can buy it at the store, which I do. And then last thing is the Chambord, because that is what gives it the beautiful red color that makes it the happy heartarita, as we call it. So let me just show you. Here we are. Let's taste it first.
Make sure it's okay.
Yeah.
I want to make it mine.
Okay.
Yes, that's good.
Okay. And then we'll put in just a float of Chambord. And look at that. All of a sudden, it becomes the heartarita. All right?
Yay.
So I'll take a sip and make sure it's fine.
You wouldn't want us to drink anything that isn't.
And no, Marianne, do you want to come in and
I'd love to.
I'll put a float of Chambord on yours.
Absolutely. I definitely will drink the one with vodka or tequila. I'll just taste the mocktail.
Okay, there we go. And we'll do the mocktail too for folks who would rather have it that way, which is, I understand. So we're going to do, I'm going to use my hands again. Don't tell anybody. All right, so ice. Then we're going to do, again, about 1 ounce of lime juice. And a little bit more. A little more ice, too.
Beth, do they let you make cocktails on the radio in the morning?
Yes, occasionally they do. Actually, every Friday we play something called Barguments, and so, but we do it by phone right now. Unfortunately, I can't have people in. So we want 1 ounce of orange juice, and again, a little simple syrup, about 1/2 to 3/4 of an ounce. And then an ounce of cranberry juice, which actually gives it a nice tartness.
Wow.
And the beautiful
Look at
red
that.
color again. And I'll taste it to make sure it's okay. It's delicious.
Is it?
This would be good
Good,
for breakfast.
yes.
This I don't know. I guess you could have it for breakfast.
You don't have to go to work.
Well,
exactly.
Let's toast.
Cheers.
First of all, let's toast to your beautiful heart blouse
Oh,
that you're
thank you.
wearing. And let's toast to Eric's House, the team, and to you, Beth. Thank you for doing this for us.
Thank you.
Let's see
Happy
that.
everybody.
Wow.
Uh-huh.
This is very good.
Yes. Tree of life to life of the party.
Right? Got
Nice segue. I love
it.
that.
Yeah, very good.
Ooh.
And everyone will be having a margarita in a little bit with us, and we'll just thank you, Beth.
Yeah,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you for having me here.
It's really good.
Cheers.
Eric's House is fantastic, so please support them.
Thank you.
Awesome.
All
Great.
right.
All right.
Amazing, amazing. So we'll slide it back in on here as they're wrapping up and making some cocktails and mocktails for everybody. I think we are about done. I think we have a couple final tallies and closing remarks. Do we have any final numbers? Do we get those? Final tally and the thank yous.
Okay, so I think they're just right now just adding up the numbers.
Okay, well, I
Where
guess.
are we today?
Thank you.
All right. You gotta come over here and do it. Okay.
All right, so we are pulling things together here on the fly. Of course, we're taking a look at our final numbers. All I can say is that we're incredibly grateful for everybody that was a part of what we put on today. Grateful for all of the donations, all the shares, all the likes, all the comments, all the amazing questions that came in. If you're still looking, we still have some time left. We're going to be raising funds, of course, until the end of October, I believe. October
Yes.
20.
I haven't spoken yet, so I thought now's my time.
Now's your time. Squeeze on in here. This is Judy Zimmett, by the way. If you don't know who this is Judy Zimmett. She really helped put all this together, kept us
Yeah.
all on track, made an agenda for all
Because
of
of
the
Rob
meetings.
that I'm here,
all the
really.
meetings that we had. So, Judy, we're grateful for you. Give us an update. Where are we at?
I'm still waiting.
Still waiting.
So let's talk a little longer.
Let's do it. What do you want to talk about?
Let's talk about the fact that the entire month of October we're raising money for Eric's House. So it's not like if you didn't give today, you can't still give.
That's
because
right.
You still can. You can go to the Give Butter site. You can go to the Eric's House site. We'll be taking donations. Well, we'll be taking donations from now till the end of time.
Yes.
But for this campaign, it's through the month of October.
Through October.
Mhm.
Yes. And the best place to donate is over at ericshouse.org, where you can go and make a monetary contribution. Of course, we also appreciate you following us on all the social media platforms so that when you see new content, you can share that and help spread the message around. I think I'm looking
And
around.
There are other ways to give as well. If you go to our Eric's House website, you'll see a donate tab. We have a variety of ways for you to give, everything from donating items to putting us in your trust to buy us a car, anything.
Yeah. And there's a lot, as we saw today, that goes a long way. 83% of everything that's donated goes into programs. You saw and heard from the amazing people who are on the team. You've heard about all the different modalities that we've had, from Reiki to the Labyrinth to mediums. We have everybody here. And so there's a lot of good that can be done with your support.
Yes. And why do we need to raise more money? Robin said it, because we need more grief companions.
Yep.
We need to get into communities that need us. It's a pandemic of another kind, and we need to raise more money so that we can reach more people. That's as basic as we can say it.
Absolutely right. Okay. And so I'm looking around. I have people handing me things.
Okay, so I'm just going to do this.
Yeah, come on back here.
We were at we were at $49,246. But then Brad and Barbara Nunn just handed us a check for $400. Thank you, Brad and Barbara. They are room sponsors here. They are Mark's parents, and I think you may have learned a little bit about Mark in the memorial presentation. And then somebody just said, "Oh, I'm going to contribute another $200 to make it an even $50,000." So thank you very much, everyone. And as Judy was saying, most of us are volunteers, and we are really wanting to expand into some communities which we believe are underserved. And so most of our donations go to programs, but we do have some expenses for training and a few other things. So we really do appreciate all of your support. So thank you very much.
All right. And I think
I'll come see
those are our last ones. All right, my friends. So that is it for the presentation today from EricsHouse. This was our second annual fundraising event, Hope and Healing. A lot of amazing stuff happening here at EricsHouse. So one final plug, please follow us. Go to ericshouse.org. Make sure you connect with us on all of the different social media platforms. One final pitch for that donation. It goes a long way, and we appreciate all of your support. So that's it from us. We're going to sign off. Have a tremendous rest of your Sunday. Have an amazing week. We'll look forward to seeing you on the next annual event. Bye-bye.